Hello. Hi. Almost late. Late start, but still on point to the minute, I guess. Kind of, somewhat. Thank you, Zoom. Appreciate it. Hi, Sumags. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hi, Croc. Yes, Croc. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Someone's late. Yeah, I was distracted by someone. I was distracted by someone. I was talking to someone and I got distracted. So there's that. Happens, but sometimes in the heat of the moment, you just forget things. Almost forgot to stream. Anyways, yeah, we've got a few videos that we have to get through. Obviously, right? We've got some videos that we have to get through, so we shall be doing that. Right? Otherwise, I don't know. We'll look at that. We'll look at some things. Some things we want to get through. Though, honestly, I don't know how long I'll do today because I have a lot of videos and I'm kind of also really tired. I don't know why. So we'll see how long I can keep up the energy for this. Can you spoil me with videos today? You spoiled brat. You brat. You are a brat. Now, also gotta get it through like some drama stuff as well because that gives the most attention and that's what we need. Sadly, it is what it is. Apparently, Mujin is getting fucked, which is really funny. Anyways, I'm doing well. Have you been? I'm doing fantastic. I'm doing very fantastic. Probably somebody's fault, dare I say. Oh, someone's tired. Yeah, I'm a little tired. I don't know why. I didn't wake up or anything. I think I slept through, but like, I don't know. Maybe I just had, maybe I just had, I don't know. Just like general bad sleep. Who knows? I don't know. As ever, man, it's a rainy Sunday. I got food today. We got food today, right? I just got myself a doner pizza. Kebab pizza. Well, wait, this dude is getting... Oh, by the way, this dude is getting cancelled. Yeah, Saikuno, something like that. But apparently, it's not as one-sided as it appears. Right? He's cheated. He's garbage. He's human trash, right? But the women apparently aren't all that innocent. And at worst, they are gold diggers. And at best, they're gold diggers. At worst, they're home wreckers. So that is rather interesting to see how that's gonna evolve because the women apparently aren't that innocent. And it feels targeted because how could it be that Mujin has a over 1 hour video ready shortly after the Google Docs would drop? That's a bit weird. Oh yeah, and he did crash out on Twitter as well. So yeah, apparently this is like a mix of like e-girls and a drama slop tuber trying to shit on somebody that is at worst a cheater but not a predator, because they call him predator and stuff, and I'm like, these women came to him. At worst he's a cheater, and he is a cheater, but like, diabolical, dude. Very interesting. Reminds me of someone. What do you mean by that? No worries, kiddo. No worries. That's all I can say. Anyways, I think we'll just jump in. We'll. I'm having a stroke. See, tired. We'll look at this. Then we'll do the Ryan's World video. Then we'll just slowly work through what I still have left. I don't think I'll take many requests anymore because like I already have more than enough videos, right? I'm running out of the older videos from last week on Tuesday, which is interesting. Don't cheat. Exactly. Well, I'd never do it. I'd never do it. I've experienced the pain. It'd be horrible. Any kind of betrayal is horrible, right? If you love someone, any kind of betrayal is horrible. So yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Exactly. You'll permanently damage somebody. You'll hurt somebody forever. They're never healing. You should never do this, because it'll change them forever. No more? Well, no more. You shouldn't. Well, nobody should cheat no more. Even the ones that did have. Samix betrayed us? No, she didn't. She's a nice girl. She's nice. Anyways, we've got this. We've got this. So here we go. It's not about cheating. It's also like about betrayal, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. Pizza wasn't even that salty. Jeez. Hey, it was so fucking good. The pizza was so fucking good, dude. Fucking amazing. Who is us? Maybe you, Crocker, but she's loyal to me. Right? Right? You are, right? Right? You are, right? Anyways, we'll look at this first. As usual, we got dumb tweets. So we're gonna look at that. The dumbest tweets of 2013. Part 1. Wow. This video is over like a decade old. That's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. We'll either see maximum retardation or man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. That is all I can expect, and that's all I will expect. We also have a freaky video for later. Apparently, bees have found out how to use meat or produce meat. Anyways, we'll go in. I guess that happens when you have the connection to the different tab, I guess. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Did it! Mock! Yeah! Ing! Yeah!
Katie Got Bands tweeted, watching Tavon Martin Trail.
I have no idea what this person's yapping about, so I don't know.
Who the hell is Tavon Martin? And why are you watching his trail? Bitch, this ain't Oregon. Ricky Rose, aka Rick Ross.
Oh god, okay. Wow, look how different Twitter looked. Right? They straight up call it retweets, and they did call the likes favorites back then. Interesting. Look how old that looks.
Tweeted, just landed in the beautiful country of Africa. I can tell you the world is excited for the gift.
Africa's a continent, not a country. Africa, if you said South Africa, I guess then you'd be right. But this is a continent, not a country.
Gifted. Rick Ross.
Maybach music.
Africa is a continent. Whoa. What fucking country is Africa? Eddie1, Eddie2 tweeted.
I don't know. Hi, Chris Claudio. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Happy good Sunday to you too. Well, it's not normal morning, but yeah. Gay Pride is this weekend in NYC. Please use calm sense and use yes, you should use the DOMs. But isn't it common sense instead of calm sense?
Gay Pride is this weekend in New York City. Please use calm and sense and use condoms. Calm and sense. It's common sense, something you don't have. We Abe tweeted, R.I.P. Nelson Mandela, what a great man. And he posted a picture of...
Well, I didn't know Morgan Freeman was dead. Nelson Mandela and posted Morgan Freeman. Bro was all back then already. What the fuck? That's crazy. Wrong man. You got the wrong dude. You've got the wrong man.
Nelson Mandela. Number 1, Nelson Mandela isn't dead yet. Number 2, that's not Nelson Mandela. That's Morgan Freeman. Nija Child tweeted, does the president live in Washington State or Washington, D.C.? Please just go to the state of Washington and see if Obama's there. Live Out Loud tweeted, I hate guys that approach me respectfully. I just know they're boring.
Yeah, I would stay away from this woman. This is a red flag, and you do not want to end up in jail because a woman is retarded. That's That's what I mean with some women are weird when you try to approach them. So a dude has to be a dick to her and she'll be into him. We'll continue with the classics, I guess. We'll continue with the classics.
This had to be a tweet from a light-skinned chick. So instead of me asking what your name is, you'd rather have me ask what that tastes like. My name is Tawanda, tweeted. A good woman will starve to death with her child dead in her arms. A hoe will fuck for baby food. JB Envo18 tweeted, Angel Lay, are you Korean or Asian? Are you Korean or Asian? The fuck is wrong with this?
Korean is Asian? See, not every Asian is Korean. But every Korean is Asian. Also, how do we know the girlie made that tweet? That Apple doesn't even use Twitter.
This nigga. White Coco 717 tweeted, you gotta have a cool car, you gotta have an education. If you don't have that, then don't talk to me. The irony of this tweet. What the fuck is an education? Chocolate Drips tweeted, another terrorist attack. When will it stop? The devil stay busy.
Terrorist attack. Who's been attacking the terraces? Or are terraces attacking people or things or whatever? Whatever's going on, man.
Terrorist? Ho, fuck out of here, tweeted. Why niggas acting like the world just now fucking up? What about slavery? The Holocaust. Pick up a book. In what part of school did you learn about hollering? The Holocaust? You need to holler at a couple history courses. Bahad Chukwueta tweeted, Rosetta Stone did not sit on that bus for gays to be asking for equal rights. This bitch called Rosa Parks Rosetta Stone. Adriana Rose originally tweeted, someone tell me what's going on with North Korea or whatever. White girl boobs replied,
What? North Korea? Wait, isn't that like toy cars? If I remember correctly, they were spelled in some way similar, right? Like there's like the ones where you built like those tracks and you let the cars race and stuff. There's a squirrel outside my window. I want to eat it.
It's North Korea, sweetie, shaking my head. Okay, the first one messed up a little bit. The spelling was a little bit off. Okay, it was really off, but still. But then the second girl wanted to come in and be like, North Korea? Bitch, where's South Korea on the map? Show me that. I, she, me, her tweeted. I, she, me, her. The fuck? Korea do not lie when they say they will bomb. Prime example, Pearl Harbor.
That was the Japanese Hot Wheels. That's another thing. That's a different one. Pearl. That was the Japanese. That was the Japanese. The Japanese did this, not the Koreans. God, imagine like eventually people forget about it, and then people like this actually spread the false information, and everyone will think like in like 100, 200 years that the war that Pearl Harbor happened between the United States and Korea. We're fucked. We're so fucked.
Pearl Harbor and Korea? What school did these fools go to? My ridiculous lift tweeted, damn, Lil Wayne really had a Caesar? Did he have a Caesar?
Wait, so did this person misspell seizure?
Did he have extra croutons too?
Drums, please.
Maybe he had a salad. Maybe he had a salad. When you like a salad, I like salads. Anyways, that wasn't that bad actually. These were just really stupid. But that wasn't that bad. We're used worse. We're used to way worse than this. That wasn't so bad. Still pretty dumb though, but that wasn't horrible. That was still decent. That was actually still decent. These weren't horrible. Still bad. Anyways. We're gonna do the Ryan's World now. Well, it's part 1 poker. True, well, you can't really pull out the worst shit, can you? Right? So it makes sense. Now we're gonna do the Ryan's World one because I'm interested if they have saved my boy or not. They've probably not saved my boy. My boy's probably still in parent jail. Anyways, we're gonna look at this as well. I'm really tired. What the fuck is going on today? I am maybe I'm dying. Maybe I am dying. Wouldn't that be horrible? Over for me. Anyways, let's go. Ryan's World's parent. Right, Ryan's World parents. Anyways, finally got what they deserved. I don't believe it until I see it. This is by Kowski. So, we're gonna look at this. Yeah, last time we basically were just like in the middle of like seeing how they set up his sister. So I'm curious where this is going. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. Right.
Ryan's World made his
Listen, all these like how do you say it? All these like child influencers that were set up by their parents, right? They all end up in some way, shape, or form abused, or like in a weird place. Like Piper Raquel, right? Anybody remember Piper Raquel? I think we do remember Piper Raquel, right? I think we've reacted to like reacted to the Amala Ikpunobi video and other videos as well, right? She was set up for the OF, right? Pushed into it by the parents. Let's not deny that. That's why she was already like when she was still a minor, like being caught with the Bob House girls, right? But also, when we look at this, throughout her entire like quote unquote YouTube career, she's been in some way how do I say this? Placed weirdly in the videos, and like it's just weird and odd. And every single time, these parents are just absolutely horrible. If I ever have children, I will keep my kiddos away, far away from YouTube. Not even post them online. Far away from the internet. My kiddo. Ain't nobody getting to see that.
parents over $34 million at just 4 years old, but now 10 years later their entire empire is crumbling. A multi-million-dollar movie that completely flopped, being investigated by federal authorities for misleading children, and Ryan himself, now 13 years old, making it very clear he does not want to be doing this anymore. So when you look at everything his parents have done, this downfall, yeah, it feels very deserved. So let's break down how Shion and Loan Kaji built a billion-dollar YouTube empire off their own son, and how their own greed slowly destroyed it. So to understand how bad things got, you have to understand how it all began, because it didn't start with greed, at least it didn't look like it. In 2015, Ryan is 3 years old and absolutely obsessed with YouTube. He's been watching channels like envtuber HD, another channel run by a kid who unboxes toys and plays games, and he tells his mother he wants to do the same thing. His parents thought, why not? So his mother takes him to a toy store, he picks out a Lego train set, they film the
You are telling me this little guy, right? This little guy has been on YouTube for 11 years. This little guy grew up on YouTube. Wow. Wow, I'm honestly at this point not really surprised that it is the way it is now, honestly. Okay, wow, poor little guy.
whole thing, and for a while the channel grows slowly, nothing crazy, just a family having fun. And then came the video that changed everything. A giant Lightning McQueen surprise egg, packed with over 100 Disney card toys. Ryan
What did I rate this correctly? 1.2 billion views? Did I just look at this correctly, or am I stupid? What the fuck? Wow.
Ryan's reaction is pure unfiltered excitement, the kind of joy that you genuinely cannot fake at 3 years old. The video goes on to accumulate over 1.2 billion views. Yes, I said that, billion. This genuinely
Billion? Actual billions! He made billions of views! Billions! Fucking diabolical, dude. Hey, can I have like 100,000 of those? I take them.
Transformed the Kaji's family lives overnight. They went from a regular household in Texas into one of the biggest kid YouTube channels. And this was a very important moment right here, because at this point, Shion and Loan face a choice that every parent in their position has to face. Do you treat this as a wonderful, lucky moment that your child gets to enjoy, or do you look at these numbers, do the maths, see the potential, and start thinking about
Yeah, they were like, wait, so we can make billions of views with this. Can we use our sons to also make billions of dollars? A more billion? Bro woke up one day and decided I'm gonna be a YouTuber. Bro woke up one day and was just a YouTuber at this point. That's crazy.
what comes next. And the Kajis made their choice pretty quickly and took things very seriously. Within months of that video blowing up, the channel's growth became exponential. Brand deals came in, sponsorship offers, merchandise proposals, and Shion and Loan, a structural engineer and a high school chemistry teacher, made the decision to quit their jobs entirely and go all in on Ryan. On the surface, this may sound like supportive parenting, backing your kid, believing in them, but look at what they actually built, and this kind of framing falls apart very fast. They formed Sunlight Entertainment, a full production company. At its peak, the operation employed over 30 people. If you think about it, it's very crazy. 30 people on full
A production team at like young age with 30 people. Is it just me, or is it just in general? I'm already against having kids be posted on the internet, so this is already... I'm already not a fan of that, but do you really have to farm your own child for money like this? What the fuck?
salaries, benefits, production costs and equipment, a massive financial machine that needed constantly feeding. And there was only one person whose name was above the door, Ryan Kaji, a literal child. At their peak, the Kajis were running more than 10 channels simultaneously, and across those channels they were producing up to 25 videos every single week. Which, if you really think about it, is kind of sad. Ryan went from being another ordinary child to a superstar. His whole house and all the rooms.
So every single week, there would be 25 videos. It depends on... I guess that's just a little... When does this little guy even have a break? 7-year-old YouTube millionaire. At 7, chat. At 7. That's sad. He's essentially... Like, at 7, he's like full-time employed at this point. At 7 is crazy.
Were gutted and converted into professional filming sets. Lighting rigs, camera equipment, props everywhere. His home stopped being a home and became a workplace, and his entire life became work. Ryan's daily life, breakfast, playtime, trips to the stores, became content. Everything he did was filmed and monetized. And at this point, it started to look like Ryan wasn't enjoying the life of a child. His parents were using him as a cash cow. So by 2018, Ryan Kaji was the highest paid creator on YouTube. Not the highest paid child creator, literally the most earned on the entire
22 million, the highest paid creator on YouTube. Now, here's the question though. Does that beat T-Series? Well, if we're separating creators and companies, maybe. But regardless, that is insane. That is actually insane. Wow.
platform. 26 million
And now you gotta remember, right? His sister is being set up to take over the spot. So now I'm actually curious if the parents are actually going to find out, or if it's just like a bait title. Because like I don't think so. When are you just too big to fail? That's the question. And like, does it really matter that much? I mean, they made so much money, it kind of doesn't matter. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Probably not. Probably not. Yeah. My dad's birthday and my family and cousin eating at TGI Fridays. Okay. Well, happy birthday to your papa.
dollars in a single year, and he was just 7 years old. And he continued to hold that title again in 2019 and in 2020, 3 consecutive years as the highest earning person on the platform. And this wasn't only from YouTube. This came from the empire of products that included Walmart toy lines, Colgate toothpaste collaborations, mobile games, Macy's Thanksgiving parade balloon, and many, many more. But with all these numbers about how much money they were making,
Okay, now I'm kind of jealous. I also want to have a parade balloon.
started coming out, things started to become very weird. Because when you think about it, a $1 billion brand built on a child's face and a child's labor, well, there's no guarantee that this money will ever become his. Unlike child actors in Hollywood, who have had earning protections in place since California passed the Coogan Law back in 1939, child influencers had virtually no legal protection at all. Every single dollar Ryan generated legally belonged to his parents. All of it. Ryan had no trust fund being set aside and no legal guardian protecting his financial interests. Literally nothing. He was the golden goose and the cage had no laws around it. And things only continued to get worse. As the channel grew and the business...
So you are telling me that this boy owns nothing of the wealth that he created. Everything is owned by the parents. That is sad. Imagine you like work really hard and then like everything you worked for isn't even yours. Huh, sounds like taxes from the government. But anyways, you should try eating TGI Fridays restaurant in Germany if one of your family had a birthday. Yeah, probably not. I'd like to just support regular local businesses if I can.
Scaled up, the content changed. Because what started as a kid genuinely playing with toys he loved, slowly, quietly shifted into something else entirely. His videos had sponsored segments, brand deals were sneakily added into videos, and products were placed into Ryan's hands. Toys, food items, toothpaste, games, and Ryan would play with them, react to them, endorse them. And his audience, which is of course mostly toddlers and preschoolers between the ages of 2 and 6, had absolutely no idea to understand what was happening. Think about the audience for a second. These are children who still believe in the Tooth Fairy, Santa, and so on. Children who cannot read. Children who literally look at Ryan as a kid just like them. Excited and happy and relatable, trusting him completely. When Ryan picks up a toy and says he loves it, those kids believe him. Then they go to their parents and ask for that.
Yeah, they obviously ask their parents if they can have that toy too, and the parents buy that toy and then realize it's actually absolute garbage, right? We know how this goes. Ryan is getting exploited by his parents, and his twin sisters are getting exploited too. Yeah, they're essentially being set up to take over, and I wonder how this fallout is gonna look like, because like all the sisters are just gonna like take over, and he's gonna be completely sidelined, with essentially nothing, because like again, essentially all his quote-unquote wealth belongs to his parents. So like I wonder how that's gonna turn out.
Exact toy. But the massive problem here was these ads weren't disclosed. They were built into the play. There was no clear label, no separation between what videos were Ryan actually enjoying something and just an advertisement. And it wasn't long before critics, parents, consumer advocates, child psychologists started raising the alarm that this was not ethically right. And it was potentially illegal. So in 2019, the Federal Trade Commission and the New York Attorney General launched one of the largest digital enforcement actions in American history. The target is Google and YouTube. The charge is violating COPPA, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, by collecting personal data from children without parental consent and using that data to serve targeted advertisements. The fine was $170 million, $136 million to the FTC, and $34 million to the New York Attorney General, the largest COPPA settlement ever recorded. And it was so big because YouTube knew what they were doing. Everyone knows that these children's channels are watched primarily by young children, but rather than treating those viewers as a protected class they legally were, YouTube served them targeted ads based on behavioral tracking data, web cookies following children across the internet, personal data being harvested from kids who were barely old enough to hold a tablet, all to maximize ad revenue. The ruling forced immediate changes to the platforms. Comments were disabled across children's content, targeted advertising was severely heavily restricted and crucially usually
I find that hilarious considering that now children can basically watch adult content on YouTube regardless due to all the AI slop. So there's that. Funny, isn't it? Someone needs to sue Ryan's parents and to save Ryan and his twin sisters. You probably can't really do anything against that. That's probably the most they could do, right? Is enforce this safety act. That's the only thing they probably could have done. The problem is, like, as long as he is on board and he doesn't refuse to not participate in it, there's nothing really you can do.
YouTube's recommendation algorithm was recalibrated to stop aggressively promoting kids' channels the way it had been. For the Kajis, the impact was catastrophic. Loan confirmed it herself in an interview. They lost 70% of their revenue practically overnight.
So after the target ad was removed, our revenue went down by 70%. After just that day. So
what was this day for people that don't have context?
Okay, so the FTC, I guess, prohibited the target ads for the made for kids content from YouTube after a certain point, and that the target ad it takes the big role on the YouTube, and after that point, that's the majority of the revenue, the ad revenue. So after that was taken out from the kids content, we lost revenue of 70%.
And when you think about it, this destroyed the operation of Sunlight Entertainment. They had 30 employees, multiple channels, and so many production costs. And now overnight, 2/3 of its previous income completely disappears. And this had an effect on Ryan, because this meant the financial pressure went up, which meant they had to pump out more content, take more brand deals, and do literally everything for an extra penny. And around this same time, the Kajis rebranded Ryan Toys Review to Ryan's World.
So the bad news is there will be no more Ryan's Toys Review. But the good news is that we're still gonna make videos. Yay! We're just gonna change the channel name, and now it's gonna be called Ryan's World. We're changing the channel name because we don't just do toy videos, we do science experiments, and we do challenges like the floor is lava.
It was framed as the channel growing and evolving, but behind the scenes it was more damage control, an attempt to distance the brand from controversy.
That, and also probably to see here the plan could also be to slowly distance yourself from the kid stuff, right? The more older he gets, because like the problem is like you're not gonna make money really. Again, I think his sisters are gonna jump in for him eventually, right? He's 14 now. He's gonna get older and older, and eventually completely like irrelevant. They're gonna sideline him, and he's not gonna see a penny. Again, that's my prediction. It's just so sad. It's sad. It's sad. We got male Piper Raquel here. At least he's not gonna start an OnlyFans when he hits 18. So there's that. But like, I could see it actually happening. And the question is like, what can you legally do? Like, what could he legally do? Let's say like they just drop him eventually, right? He hits like 18 or something, and they drop him. Like, what can he do legally? I'm curious.
And make it look less commercial. But then came issues that no rebrand or money could fix. Because Ryan, he was growing up. The kids who had discovered him at 4 and 5 years old were now preteens. They'd moved on to gaming channels, to social media, and to other content that actually reflected their age. They weren't watching toy unboxings anymore, and Ryan's peers, other kids his age, weren't interested in watching a 12-year-old pretend to be excited about toys designed for 5-year-olds.
One of y'all please tell me why in the freak is Ryan
Just retire, Unk. I mean, in comparison to what he like does, right? He is an Unk. That is true. I have a prediction. He's gonna be a streamer in like a few years. That is my prediction. He's gonna start streaming in a few years on Twitch or something, right? When he's like the same age as Rakai, he's gonna stream. That is the prediction I'm gonna have. Not that he saw any pennies so far. I guess the toys, but like, not really something that he can do anything with. I guess he did see some of the money and like the stuff he was definitely buying stuff that like with this money, right? Let's not deny that. But I'm curious how this is gonna work out once he hits legal age and like he demands the money. If he can do anything, because like I don't know, legal system. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna predict at like 17 or so, he's gonna start streaming on Twitch.
World still making video. If y'all don't recognize who this dude is right here, and yes, I'm saying dude, he's a grown man, I'm gonna show you something real quick. This is him back in 2018. I remember as a kid, I used to see his videos all over the place. I'm like, yo, this little kid's making a lot of money. Bro, he has 39 million subs. And back in the day, he was pulling 2 billion, 1.2 billion, 400 million, 461 million. He was Mr. Beast before Mr. Beast. I recently saw this video on my timeline, and in 2025, he is still making videos. So I went on a search to figure
2 billion. 2 billion. 2 billion. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a high number. 2 billion is crazy.
out why. He does not want to make videos, at least from what I've heard. Apparently, bro, his parents is forcing him to make videos, and you're asking why? I'm gonna show you. Lil bro has an estimated net worth of $100 million, and this is probably not even all his money, because you know the net worth doesn't get all your money.
Comments started appearing under the videos. His voice is deeper than mine now. How is he still doing this? Former fans saying they used to be jealous of his life, and now they were grateful to be normal kids. And this continued to platforms like TikTok.
He's literally 40. Let him free. Interesting. A better lifestyle, I guess. But yeah, it's still kind of weird that he's essentially like stuck in this, like, he's like old, like a young teenager, right? Still, and like he's essentially stuck acting like a 5 or 6 year old, which is really sad.
Where people made memes about him which got millions of views. And here's the massive issue that Ryan's parents had created. Their entire brand, the merchandise, the partnerships, pretty much the whole channel identity was built on a specific image, a cheerful, excitable young Ryan. But now that he's grown up, they won't let him change his content or step back and explore his own interests. No, that's too big of a financial risk. They're still gonna make him unbox toys at 13 years old, even though his audience doesn't want to see that anymore, and Ryan doesn't want to do that anymore. So what did they do? Well, they pushed harder. More uploads, more recycled content. They began just reposting old videos, running live streams on repeat, and chasing whatever ad revenue was still available from the shrinking audience still tuning in. They even tried new stuff such as gaming content and educational challenges to chase Ryan's older audience, but they were all flopping, pulling a fraction of the views the old content used to generate, with commenters even pointing it out and calling it very forced and cringe. By 2023, Ryan had fallen from 1st to 17th on YouTube's highest earning list, the same list he topped for 3 years running. And everyone could see.
But 17th is still I don't know what we're acting like this isn't still ridiculous. 17th is still ridiculous. Let's not deny that, right? It's still ridiculous. I mean, eventually, I think all creators fall off, right? There's like people who like at one point pulled like 50k viewers a stream, right? And now they're chilling at 3k viewers. Like, there is a time where all content creators have a little bit of a fall off, right? This is just like the natural evolution. But 17th is still crazy. Let's not deny that. Like, let's see. Let's actually look, right? 40 million subs, by the way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The numbers are in the trend. Actually, the numbers are in the trenches, kind of. But they're also not really uploading that much anymore on this channel, right? On Ryan's World. At this point, why are there some videos where simply the mom is just on the... Wait! There are videos where just the mom is on the thumbnail and nothing else, nobody else. They're not even using Ryan anymore. They're okay, so like in the last... Ain't no way. In the last 10 videos, Ryan is not once on the thumbnail, except in the re-upload where he was a kid. A little kid. Ain't no way. They even opened the TikTok shop. Bro. And they make like an average, like what? Between like 400k and 19k. Somewhere there. That's where they're chilling. But that's still crazy. That's kind of depressing. Right? That's kind of sad.
See it, Ryan's world was slowly falling apart, and his parents, rather than acknowledging that, they just kept pumping out the videos. And if there's one moment that crystallizes exactly what Ryan's life looks like behind the brand, it's his podcast appearance. Ryan is the guest. He's been brought on to talk about his life, his channel, his experiences, but what
I know who's talking the most. The dad and the mom are talking the most, and he's not saying anything realistically, right? That they probably were just like, yeah, little bro, you gotta shut up. Don't say anything. Just say anything when we give you permission, and that's all there is to it. You're gonna be nice and quiet, little bro.
a dynamic, and it becomes deeply uncomfortable very quickly.
Like, Ryan, are you going to keep making YouTube videos, given your interest to be an animator and maybe go behind the camera, like as you get older?
I think I will keep going for a while, yeah.
His parents are there, and they do the vast majority of the talking, and when Ryan
Yeah, he looked like, I will keep going for a while. I will keep going for a while. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. That kind of thing. He's no longer the golden child. Yeah, he's grown older, and like now it doesn't really matter, right? They built this entire thing around him. And him being a child who has like fun, but like the problem is that he is a child. That he's no longer a child, and that he has, well, he's still a child, but like he's no longer a child, and he's growing up, and he's soon gonna be a young man, and like he's stuck in this.
does speak, which was very rare, he looks at them first in a way that looks like he's asking, is this okay? Am I saying the right thing? And when he's asked whether he enjoys making content, his answer is very careful, of course looking at his parents, and not long until his parents interrupt him. But as you can probably tell by the clip I just played you, what Ryan said in that interview was that the version of his life that he enjoyed is over. He doesn't enjoy playing with toys or unboxing them anymore, and he wants to do something that normal teenagers do. Go play sports, play video games, hang out with his friends, go to the movies, whatever. But publicly, he's not allowed to say that or do that. But guess what? His parents heard all of that, and what was their response? Well, they decided to make a movie. So let's go over the Ryan's World movie disaster, the Titan Universe Adventure. A $10 million budget, major promotional push, with it being positioned as the brand's evolution beyond YouTube. Proof that Ryan's World could compete in mainstream entertainment. Well, long story short, it made $600,000 at the box office, losing $9.
Wow, he made $1 billion. A rhinillion dollars. Look at this. That's crazy. That's sad. Imagine you spent 10 million and you get like barely 600k back. And internationally, it was just 11k. So domestic, we have like 613k. That's pretty sad.
$9.4 million.
What got us out of Dark Titan's lair? You need us. She has a point.
It's this bitch is empty. There's nobody. I guess the person here, but like there's nobody there.
How's this for a point? I'm the big brother, I know best, and I'm in charge.
Theatre staff across multiple countries reported screenings with 0 attendees, not low, literally 0. And by the third weekend, films with essentially no marketing budget were outperforming it. The IMDb score settled at 1.8 out of 10, one of the lowest ratings of the entire year across any film in any genre, and audiences described it as a cash grab that failed to even succeed as a cash grab. It was a YouTube quality production that had no business being projected onto cinema screens. And if you really think about it, it makes no sense. Ryan's World is older, yet they want to make a movie about him opening toys or whatever. And And then when you even take a look at the channel analytics, his views have dropped. So now you want to make a movie with a massive budget? Of course it's not going to make money if your YouTube videos aren't making money. And this movie was more than just money burnt. It removed any remaining doubt about where the brand stood. This was a public, documented and irrefutable confirmation that Ryan's World had lost its audience completely and that his parents were still spending money they no longer had trying to pretend otherwise. But their next move, it was even sadder and pretty much disgusting. As Ryan began appearing less in
yeah, now he's gonna say it, I think. Now he's gonna say it. Well, like, they're slowly gonna swap out him for his siblings. Hi Drake, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. They're slowly gonna swap out him for his siblings, like I said, and we haven't even seen like the full end of this. We haven't seen the full extent of this yet.
Content, probably because he was very tired, flat, and going through those normal teenage emotions we all went through, the camera shifted onto his sisters, Emma and Kate. They are 7 years old and they became the stars of the show, first alongside Ryan and then slowly over time without him. They now have their own animation series, their own dedicated content, and their own merchandise and toys. As you can imagine, the internet's reaction was furious because everyone recognized exactly what they were watching. Ryan had made his parents millions of dollars, and the moment he started showing signs of not being interested anymore, his parents decided to keep the machine going and started using his sisters instead. Same playbook, same house, but just different kids. Comments flooded in saying, Ryan made you money, and they're already moving on to the next siblings. It's sad as it seems like this cycle of the Kaji parents using their children will never end. But there was some light at the end of the tunnel, because slowly legislators started acting. Illinois passed a kid influencer protection law in 2023, one of the first of its kind, requiring parents who profit from their children's online content to set aside a percentage of those earnings into a protected trust that the child can access when.
But how does this happen though with previous funds? Because this doesn't, right? You're a little late. You're a little late to the party here, because like, how does this affect him now? And like, do they have to just like, does this affect the previous money that has been made? Because if it doesn't, it's essentially useless for him. Like, good for future, like for the future, right? But like for him, it's essentially useless though.
They turned 18, California followed with its own version of the legislation shortly, Washington State introduced similar protections after. And it's good that these laws were added because it's the exact gap the Kajis exploited, and Ryan Kaji is the reason these laws now exist. His name will never appear in them, but the gap they were designed to close has his story written all over it. And the thing is, Ryan's story isn't new, it's just new in the social media world. But previously, the pattern has always stayed the same. Macaulay Culkin made his parents millions from Home Alone and spent years in legal battles trying to protect his own money. He's spoken openly as an adult about the psychological cost of childhood spent working. You could then look at the Olsen twins. They built a billion-dollar empire from early childhood, and the moment they had legal controls over their own careers, they both walked away from acting entirely and have rarely looked back. There's a lot of these stories, and they all follow the same pattern. A talented child with parents who see an opportunity to make money with.
I wonder if Piper Raquel is one day gonna wake up and realize, fuck, I've been essentially groomed by my parents my whole life. I wonder if she's like, oh, this kid, yeah. I wonder if they're eventually gonna wake up. Eventually, she's gonna wake up and be like, shit, I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Insufficient protections, and then later down the line, an adult who eventually has to reckon with what their childhood actually was. Ryan is only 13, his reckoning is still coming. So now you guys might be wondering, where is Ryan now, and what is he doing? Well, the family relocated from Texas to Hawaii in 2021 with Ryan attending a private school. And from what we've seen on social media, his daily life now involves tennis, skateboarding, swimming, and a massive love for animation. He's officially listed as a creative director at Sunlight Entertainment, which in practice means occasional voiceover work and brief on-camera appearances when the brand needs him. And the Ryan's World channel still carries his name, the merchandise and all the toys still carry his face, but Ryan himself seems to be quietly, carefully building a life that exists outside of this social.
That's good for him, I guess, in a way. He's slowly, like, quote unquote, retiring from it, and he gets the opportunity to do something else. However, that opens the next can of worms and the next problems, which is his sisters. Because those aren't safe. So while he is now going to pull back, his sisters are going to be more out in the open, and they're going to be the greater focus. And that brings a new set of problems.
Media world. He wants to do animation. He said it multiple times in interviews.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
When I grow up, I want to be like an animator. I think it's really fun to do because like the drawing and then like at the end you get to see the whole thing and see what you've like worked on the whole time. And like sometimes I can see like the drafts first, and then after I can see like the full thing. And it's really cool to see how it changes over time.
Yeah, you're in the front.
He wants to create on his own a behind the camera series. And honestly, given everything he's been through, that desire makes complete sense. He spent his entire life being directed, managed, packaged, and literally sold. So it makes sense now he wants to do everything on his own. He must love the freedom.
Yeah, imagine living a life ruled by another. Great. Finally, he can be a normal teenager till he goes into a legal battle against his parents. Essentially, yeah. Essentially, that's what it is, right? It's gonna be interesting. We need to keep an eye on that, right? Once he hits like 18 and he starts finally going down the warpath against his parents. That's gonna be very entertaining to watch.
Or must desire the freedom, because he's only 13, he doesn't have freedom yet. So let me know guys' thoughts of Ryan's world and his entire empire crumbling. Were his parents in the wrong, or was it right to capitalize off a child who made them a lot of money? And what do you think Ryan's world is going to do in the future? Will he start his own channel?
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. Funny how Piper Raquel is there. Regardless, yeah, I think that there's going to be a lot of fallout from these child creators once they hit adult age and once they realize what their parents have done. It's like it's difficult to say. It depends on how you do it, right? If they were like if I capitalize on it, at least in the most non-abusive way possible, as long as the child wants to do it, and like just save the money, don't do anything with it, put it to the side, you know, and then once he decides he's no longer interested, just let him do his own thing. I think that would have been a better choice, not forcing him to be there all the time, but At best, of course, no child content creators. That would be optimal, but like, we live in the time where that's not possible, sadly. But yep, that's just me. Interesting, very, very interesting. Let's do another one. I'm actually curious about this one, so we're gonna watch that one because I'm very interested. Some infotainment. Some infotainment, chat. We don't have that often. Infotainment. Right. I saw this title and I was like, hold up. There's no way bees actually do that, right? There's no way bees are doing this, right? So we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. I'm curious where this is gonna go, because like, why are they like this? That's the important question. Why is that a thing? Interesting. Bees have unlocked meat honey by living zoo. Indeed alive, that's for sure. I don't know, this sounds horrifying and horrific, so we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing, I appreciate it. And yeah, I don't know what to expect here. I for real don't know what to expect here. It must be horrifying, because where are these fuckers able to use meat for honey? Like, turn meat into honey? Turn honey into meat? Whatever. We're going in.
Bees. They are just about one of the only winged insects in the animal kingdom that exists, can sting you, but that people actually tolerate, for the most part. And in fact, many of us love bees, as they're not only kind of adorable, but they're also just about one of the most important animals out there.
Careful, a woman's dog stepped on a bee. My dog stepped on a bee. But yeah, we're gonna look at this. I'm curious where this is gonna go. Hi Akaria, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
When it comes to our own well-being, as long as you're not allergic, that is. And this is primarily because they pollinate over a third of the world's entire food crops, and their actions contribute to about $160 billion annually for global.
Yeah, it's like billions of bees get obliterated during the making of almonds and avocados. It's very interesting. Also, like, it's a double-edged sword, right? They can sting you, but also they're gonna die if they do so, right? Or like they can die when they do so. So like they don't do that if they're not actually feeling threatened. In comparison to wasps. Fuck them wasps. Nobody likes wasps. I want them dead. They're actually protected here, right? You cannot just obliterate wasps, unfortunately. But I would if I could. As long as nobody sees it, I would do it. But yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm allergic to bees. Don't step on them. Ask Ember Turd.
Global agriculture, and without them it's believed that many people would die, and civilization would take a good beating. So I would say that's a pretty good reason alone to love them. And like I said, it also helps that some of them actually look kind of cute. For a bug, that is. Which is probably best exemplified by the mascot of all bees, the bumblebee. A fuzzy little group of over 250 different species that in many cases bear a pretty cool pattern.
The fat little dude that apparently can't the chunky little dude that apparently cannot, that is supposed to not fly but can fly. Yeah, bumblebees are cute. Anybody remember? It's like a really old video, right? It's like really old. It's like super old, right? Where a woman was taking care of like a wingless bumblebee and like feeding the bumblebee, taking care of the bumblebee and stuff. That was adorable. That was really adorable. These guys are adorable. These guys can also sting, but they won't do it. Like, they just don't do it. All wasps and hornets just need to... Yeah. Actually, hornets are not even as bad as wasps. Hornets are actually really useful because they get rid of parasites that you wouldn't want anywhere. They even tell wasps to fuck off. Hornets are actually not even that horrible. Hi GT, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hi Horse Heresy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. What's going on here? We're watching a video about meat honey. I don't know how that's possible, but we're gonna look at it.
And is one of the most recognizable insects out there, even having their own animated movie dedicated to them. However, bumblebees have lied to you. In fact, all bees have lied. Because while most people believe that bees equal good and wholesome, that doesn't actually apply to all of them. After all, the word bee itself isn't just one large genus. It's any of the winged species that belong to the clade known as Anthophyla. And in total, this extends to over 20,000 known species, with just 2 of them being the ones responsible for pollinating over 80% of crops. So talk about carrying the team. And now, this isn't to say that the other 98% are just bad cookies, but a few of them kind of are. And there's actually a handful of bees out there that don't just follow their own rules, but are the exact opposite of what you'd expect from relatives of bumblebees, operating more like animals you'd expect to see in some sort of horror movie.
What is this? What is that? Is that a chunk of flesh? Well, that's pretty freaky.
And one of the most prominent examples of this has something to do with a type of bee that is responsible for a substance often referred to as meat honey. Yes, that is first name meat, last name honey. But before I can dive into that, I need to first introduce you to its creator, the vulture bees. In remote parts of South America.
Of course, I'm not surprised that they're not European. I'm not surprised, huh? The vulture bee, that's crazy. Yeah. I'm curious how it tastes though, or if it's even edible to begin with. Doing good is my video in the list. It should be. It should be. I think it should be.
Within rainforests and jungles, you will find this group, a small band of 3 very closely related species of bees that all belong to the genus known as Trigona, with the species specifically being Trigona crassipes, Necrophagia, and Hypogea. And on the surface, these 3 species are pretty standard Trigona bees, being quite small, between 8 and 22 millimeters long, brown in color, and thankfully stingless. And you'll mostly find them in the same kind of environments as their relatives too, which is to say, areas that are warmer, dark, and moist. And in their case, this usually is tree hollows, abandoned termite nests, or even underground, where they set up hives with similar hierarchical structures to that of normal bees, with there being a queen, worker, drone, and finally the larva. But past this point, the similarities abruptly end, and things start getting a bit more unsettling, especially once it becomes time for supper in their hives.
Yeah, nah, bro. Nope, never mind. Bro, that looks gross. That looks disgusting. That looks like something out of Resident Evil. Stingless, then they are friends. Are you sure that they are? Are you sure that they are? Does this look friendly to you? My favorite bee species is a killer bee. The bee of the anime character. Anyways, look at this. Yeah, nah, that's straight out of Resident Evil. That's like that's horrifying. Nah, bro. Imagine you open up, like, I think this looks like a bin. Right? Imagine you, like, one morning you go out, you open the bin, and you just see, like, whatever this is.
Now, most Trigona bees are rather ordinary, feasting on pollen and nectar from over 500 different plant species, just like many other bees do. So, pretty standard. But these 3 species, on the other hand, they have no interest in the usual goods. And if you took a good look at one of the species names, the Necrophagia, you may already have an idea of what they prefer to chow down on, and that would be flesh. Yes, meat-eating bees is a real thing, and has actually been a thing for longer than scientists first thought, as despite being aware of these 3 species' existence for hundreds of years, it was only in the 1980s that the researchers realized that these bees were gobbling up meat, not plant matter. Although, we aren't talking about just any kind of meat. No, this meat would be rotting flesh. Yummy. And this is also why they're commonly nicknamed the vulture.
So, what's the difference between a fly and that thing? Killer bees are awesome because they are escaped genetically modified bees. They're also really aggressive as far as I'm aware. So, not too fun, but their honey's supposed to be good. But, yeah. Wonderful. Great.
Bees. So basically, if you put a fresh sirloin in front of one of these guys, you're gonna get a no thank you. But a decaying corpse? Then it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. An observation on these bees find that often how they like to chow down is by tunneling straight through the carcass's eyes, giving them behind-the-scenes access to Meatopia. Additionally, like many flies, vulture bees accomplish the feat of actually ingesting the rotting flesh by vomiting up saliva that is chock full of specialized digestive enzymes, which then help break down the decomposing flesh into a delicious homemade soup that can be then.
Then they're almost exactly... Wait, aren't they just like They're Huh. Maybe a result of convergent evolution with flies? Because don't flies actually spit on you? If like, right? When you feel like they bite you, but they actually don't, they spit on you and then use their mouth thingy to do that. So like, don't flies do the exact same thing? Right? They spit on something so they can, like, it dissolves so they can slurp it up.
Slurp down. And in many cases, the feeding process only gets more nauseating from here on out, if that's even possible. As if the vulture bee in question is a forager, they don't just let this masticated goop hit their stomachs quite yet, as after all, it'd be quite rude not to share it with their friends and family, which technically all their friends are family, but you get the point. So what these bees instead do is store this meat slime within their crops, which is the simple name for a thin-walled portion of their alimentary tract, where the goop can then comfortably sit without being further digested. After that, the goods are then transported back to their hives, where they then invoke their professional-level vomiting skills, by regurgitating not saliva this time, but instead the mashed up meat goo, which is then neatly stored into various pots embedded within the hive. And so by now, you should probably be feeling a bit queasy. And if you aren't, don't worry, because the vulture bees still have a few more tricks up their sleeves, or rather wings. You see, once this concoction is safely within their storage pots, it will sit there to age, and then over time be consumed by the other bees in the hive, specifically the worker bees who eat it straight.
So they're essentially mama birding the other bees. Hawktua, spit on that meat. That does not actually not make it better. That actually makes it worse. The bees were specifically modified to make them super good at making honey. Unfortunately, this also made them super. It's like hyper aggressive, hence the name. But this does make killer bee honey very good. What the deal with the list you mentioned earlier? Just like videos that I react to.
And they rely on their highly acidic guts to break down their rotten meat. And fun fact, this acid is actually about 35% stronger than the stomach acid found in strictly vegetarian bees. Which makes a lot of sense, as there really has to be, in order to prevent the rotten flesh from killing the bee outright from food poisoning. And funny enough, just like their namesake, the reason why its stomach is acidic is similar to that of vultures and hyenas, with the vulture bees possessing specific bacteria in their stomachs, which have strong acid production capabilities. And while these guys are feasting, it seems that they're kind of messy eaters, as some of this bacteria is then also transmitted to the storage pots overall, which is thought to be actually helpful, as it serves to help the food goop from spoiling over time and poisoning the entire colony. So clearly, this acid is useful, and its breaking down the rotten concoction inside their stomachs is also the first step into making the star of the show. And that would be, of course, the vulture bee's infamous meat honey, as after it's been partially digested, the workers will then internally, meaning inside their bodies, store this newly digested form inside their hypopharyngeal glands, where they then brew.
Remember, honey is just bee poop. So if you ever ate honey, you are eating bee poop. A lot of people, for some odd reason, don't know this, but it's bee poop. You're literally eating shit. Moving on.
This stew into yet another new type of dish, which in normal bees would be their honey. However, given that this brew has used rotten skin, eyeballs, flesh, guts, and organs instead of plant material, what ends up being regurgitated at the final stage is not the honey as we imagine it, but rather again the substance known as meat honey. And shocker, contrary to what the name would have you believe, this stuff isn't really honey. And telling it apart from real honey is, perhaps not surprisingly, quite easy, as almost everything about it is different. For starters, meat honey is much thicker than regular honey, starting off as being completely paste-like, but slowly becoming a viscous fluid over time as it ages and matures. Well, then the color is typically a translucent white, lacking those beautiful shades of amber, gold, and brown that we are so used to.
It's become horrible.
Although I should warn you that in some cases the batch can take on certain shades of yellow, so if someone was hard of sight, and probably smell, then they might confuse it. Yet, even then, if they got some of this stuff in their mouths, like even an infinitesimally small drop, they'd know straight away this wasn't the good old Winnie the Pooh stuff, as the very few people who questionably have tried this stuff have described the flavor as being extremely intense, salty, but at the same time weirdly sweet.
Smoky, salty, uniquely sweet. That is very interesting. It's BXRM, but as it is processed very differently, I don't think it can be classified as feces. Technically not, but like, you're right. It is salty. Smoky and salty. Does it have any side effects though? Again, don't eat though. Okay. Found the day before sketching this article goes in further than I'm into. Site PhD student B neurologist from Australia's blog stating that actually no one has eaten vulture bee royal jelly, and it would most likely be harmful to humans. Don't eat. So we don't know, right? But here it says that no one has tried it before. So how do we know that it's intense, smoky, salty, or uniquely sweet? How?
Emphasis on the weird part. And then on top of all of that, very, very smoky. And while smoky, salty, and sweet don't necessarily sound that bad, in this case, they don't pair that well, with many of the testers stating that meat honey is not for the faint-hearted. And why these bees chose meat honey over regular honey may be quite the questionable decision to some, but ultimately it's a vital part of their survival, as this substance is highly calorically dense and rich in protein, and is the main way that colonies feed themselves, with virtually all the larvae being raised upon it. What's pretty interesting is that, while its main purpose is food, the vulture bees do like to spice things up from time to time, As in some of the vulture bees, such as Trigona hypogaea, there are reported cases where occasionally colonies will actually use plant material, such as sweet products, to give a more unique profile to the meat honey, mixing it in with the rest of the batter, so to speak. And strangely, when this happens, they also tend to let the mixture mature for a longer period than normal, which supposedly helps to contribute to an overall more sweet tasting and deep profile. So clearly these guys are truly nature's gourmet chefs, even if they probably wouldn't.
So they like to experiment with food. Not experiment like the Japanese lady, but experiment with food. Very interesting. Very interesting. They are chefs out here. They're cooking.
Win any Michelin stars with me. However, like even the best of chefs, and certainly like me, these bees sometimes get tired of all the effort it takes to make their food, and occasionally are known to opt for quicker ways to obtain sustenance. And one of these ways is another first for bee kind, and not in a good way, as vulture bees, and many other members of Trigona for that matter, are capable of predatory behaviors, something not seen in any other kind of bee. And over the years, researchers have caught these guys preying upon the eggs of frogs. And I don't know about you, but for some reason the idea that
Good. Very good. Away with them. I don't like frogs. Goodbye. Goodbye. Get eaten.
bees are the boogeyman to frogs isn't exactly something I'd imagine, but then I guess neither was meat honey. And yet, here we are. And they dispose of these eggs with the same tool they use to consume their goop, which is a pair of remarkably sharp and durable mandibles that can slice and chew simultaneously, and are composed of something called chitin, aka hardened chains of sugar and protein. Now yes, every bee has mandibles, but the vulture bee is unique in that theirs are relatively sharper and more durable than those seen in most other species, and thus, while they are stingless, they are much more capable of inflicting a painful and damaging bite. And therefore, you wouldn't necessarily have to see this bee to know that it wasn't one of the normies, so to speak. You'd definitely feel it instead. But whatever the case, their decision to toss the vegetarian diet out the window and dive face first into the realm of the meat eater has seemed to paid off for them massively, as of all the vulture bee species known of currently, not a single one is considered endangered, despite facing the same risk that many other animals and bees have, given that humans do live in its general vicinity, with habitat loss, controlled fires, and pollution all being real threats. And yet, they seem to be doing just fine, with each colony sometimes also having a population of up to 100,000 strong. So it definitely appears that their gamble with questionable culinary choices has ended up paying off. But
right, so if you make a mistake, they'll just fucking eat you.
This all then begs the question as to why did these bees even need to forsake their usual grub in the first place? Well, some researchers believe that it simply comes down to its environment, as one study that analyzed the local habitats of vulture bees found that they often lived in forested areas, where protein sources from plants were surprisingly rare, and thus this might have forced these guys for many generations to drop their stingers, bulk up their jaws, and make the leap to meat, or rather, fly to meat. And the even more interesting idea speculates that it actually might have come down to that acid-producing bacteria in their guts. Now, to understand this, you have to understand that it's been known that the microbiome of an animal can actually influence their evolution, and therefore the idea is that here, they acquired this bacteria in higher volumes, which thus allowed them to then eat something which they normally could not, and ultimately slowly pushing the evolutionary needle just enough that they eventually became what we know them as today. However, I will mention this hypothesis is not as strongly supported, so take it with a grain of salt, or a grain of meat honey. And actually, it's not just their bacteria, mandibles, and lack of stinger that has been a result of their diet, but also their fuzziness, or rather, lack thereof. As it turns out that being fuzzy isn't that efficient for a meat eater's life.
Yeah, I'm kinda not surprised, honestly, that they're this fuzzy. Yeah, I'm not shocked. I mean, but then again, tarantulas are fuzzy, even though they're also insects, so I guess I just ate truffle pizza and it tastes like truffle. It's good. Yeah, that's what a truffle pizza should taste like. Surprise. Interesting.
Or at least in the case of the vulture bees. You see, many bees are fuzzy not to be cute, shocker, I know, but rather because it helps them collect thousands of pollen grains, acting a bit like a Velcro to which the pollen can attach to. But of course, since vulture bees don't really rely on pollen, being fuzzy is therefore not that useful, and perhaps maybe actively problematic if you're always being covered in blood and whatever other goop you might find inside a rotting body. And therefore, instead of spending the energy on developing fuzziness, it can be spent elsewhere, and thus explaining why they're always so clean-shaven. So yeah, truly an enigma among bee kind. And I hope their resilience to humans continues throughout the years, because
So they're bald. They're bald bees.
While I can't say I want to try meat honey personally, I do think the idea of them existing is pretty dang cool, in a weird, horror movie-esque kind of way. Anyways.
Yeah, anyways, in other words, there are bees out there that like meat and enjoy meat. And they straight up look like something out of Resident Evil. I'm not too excited. I'm happy they're in South America and nowhere near me. We already have to deal enough with wasps. I'm happy the way things are, and yeah, don't eat their honey apparently because it's probably harmful. But they literally state that like could not find any record of like anybody ever eating it. But then there being a description of what it was supposed to taste like, and yeah, apparently smoky, uniquely sweet, and how do I say it? Meat honey. Okay, it is essentially meat honey. Wonderful, and intense, great, wonderful, amazing. I would not eat that. I would not. I would not eat that. Okay, what else do we have? Do we want to go a little more philosophical? Or do we want to do Resident Evil? That's the question. Okay. Krokorok. Bro, I'm spoiling this man, which is interesting, right? I'm spoiling this Krokorok even though he's not even a good boy and he says I betray him the entire time, but he's the one that betrays me. Isn't that hilarious? Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? Let me see that. Croc. Bathroom fails. That sounds good. That sounds good. That sounds very good. You do betray me. I betray you? No, 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 no. You are the betrayer. You have always been the betrayer. You betray me. You do. You backstab me. Because you are a Krokorok. I can't trust the streamer. You just do that though. You do. It's sad, but you do. Holy fuck, my internet is bad today, by the way, for some odd reason. At least on the download end, which is very interesting. It shouldn't be, but it very much is. Anyways, we'll move on. We'll move on. All right, are we doing all streamers are the same? I guess. Funny, Leaflet has reacted to this as well. Let me see. I guess we could do the Resident Evil video, even though I've barely played any Resident Evil games. So there's that.
The Resident Evil.
I guess we could do that. Did my kitty just vomit? That's horrible. No, he didn't. But he gagged. I don't know why he gagged. He gagged. Very true, Krokorok. You will receive your correction later on. Don't worry. I've got something. Anyways, I guess we'll do Resident Evil. Then we can do Crocs. And then whatever is left. I'm not gonna do this long today. Maybe like we're doing like 2.5 more hours. Maybe we'll see. I'm not gonna do this long today. Also because like I wouldn't want to have too many videos. We're gonna put this one on 1.15 because like this is long, and I'm gonna. Yeah, this is long. So we're putting this on the faster. Anyways. Resident Evil's Dangerous Virus is explained. The 2026 edition. Does my guy make a yearly edition? Anyways, by Evil Blitz. We're gonna look at this. To be honest, I've played the Resident Evil games up to 5 and have since then never touched the series again. Right? So and I watched the movies, even though they're not that good. They're like entertainment, but like they're not really good Resident Evil movies. Regardless, also please consider liking, subscribing. We'll go in. We'll go in.
The Resident Evil series is built on some of the most dangerous viruses ever created, and in this video, we will cover them all. From those that wiped entire cities off the map, to others that gave birth to some of the most terrifying bioweapons, and all the way to some that would turn ordinary people into monsters. Here is every single Resident Evil virus explained.
You don't need a virus. For a man, a woman is simply enough to turn him into a monster. Moving on.
Long before the name Umbrella ever existed, before Raccoon City, and before the age of bioorganic weapons, there was a discovery that would change the course of human history forever, and that was the progenitor virus. The origins of progenitor trace back thousands of years to ancient Africa, where a rare species of flower carried a primordial retrovirus unlike anything seen in modern science. This virus possessed a terrifying trait, the ability to rewrite genetic code at a cellular level. In most humans, infection meant rapid mutation, cellular breakdown, and death. But in extremely rare cases, a host could survive, and those survivors displayed.
Ah, yeah, that's why that's why there was that was going on in especially in Africa during Resident Evil 5, so that makes sense. Yeah. There has been a lot of trauma stuck with Resident Evil 5 because I think that's mostly due to the incompetence of my little brother. My little brother was so incompetent, it's just impossible to play the game with this dude. It's crazy. Now it's different because he's like he's an adult, but like back then playing with him was horror. It was horror. It absolutely was.
Extraordinary vitality, strength, and slowed aging. To ancient civilizations like the Napaya tribe, these survivors were seen as gods. Fast forward to 1966, when three men, Oswald E. Spencer, James Marcus, and Edward Ashford, rediscovered this virus. To them,
why is it always an old weirdo in a wheelchair? This was already the case in Outlast. It's here too.
progenitor represented more than a scientific curiosity. It was the key to human evolution and possibly immortality. Spencer in particular became obsessed, believing humanity could be reshaped into a race of superior beings under his guidance. The problem was control. Progenitor was too lethal and too unstable. Nearly every subject died. So, Umbrella's earliest research focused on weakening and modifying the virus into something more manageable. This pursuit led directly to the creation of the T-virus, the foundation of nearly every major outbreak in the Resident Evil series. Created in the late 1970s by James Marcus, the T-virus was born from combining the progenitor virus with leech DNA in an attempt to stabilize its deadly effects. The goal wasn't just survival, it was control. Umbrella wanted a virus that could enhance living organisms into weapons. Unlike progenitor, the T-virus was more predictable, but it came with horrifying trade-offs. In humans, it attacked the brain's higher functions, causing necrosis in the cerebral cortex. Memory, reasoning, and personality all eroded away, replaced by aggression and a ravenous hunger. The result was the iconic zombie, not truly dead, but biologically rewritten and trapped in a near comatose state. But zombies were only the beginning. The virus dramatically increased muscle mass, reduced pain response, and boosted durability. In animals and insects, it produced giant hyper-aggressive mutations. And with enough
yeah, the dogs whose like head splits like into in two, and they're like horrible. Hi Cricket, how you doing? Are we doing well? Hello. So yeah, that very interesting, very interesting. Yeah. There's some interesting stuff. Most of the Resident Evil stuff isn't super freaky though.
Experimentation, Umbrella researchers like William Birkin used T-virus strains to create purpose-built BOWs such as Hunters, Lickers, and eventually the Tyrant.
Yeah, that is a big boy. Isn't that the guy who catches the fucking rocket? If I remember correctly. The Lickers, the first time I've ever seen them actually was in the first Resident Evil movie. Yeah. The Hunters seem unfamiliar, but maybe I'm just forgetting stuff, right? It's been a while.
Super soldier prototypes designed for combat. The T-virus could spread through bites, contaminated water, air particles, and even plants or insects. A single leak was enough to doom entire cities. And tragically, that is exactly what happened in Raccoon City, where an outbreak exposed the world to Umbrella's crimes and marks the beginning of the bioterror era. Ironically, the virus also showed limited medical promise. Small controlled doses were once researched for cancer treatment, but the instability always won out. In the grand story of Resident Evil, the T-virus is its catalyst. It's the reason STARS was deployed, the cause of Raccoon City's destruction, and the foundation for nearly every later strain. It proved Umbrella could weaponize life itself, and once that line was crossed, there was no going back. While Umbrella's main branch pursued the T-virus, another powerful family within the company had its own ambitions. The Ashfords, one of Umbrella's founding houses, wanted to surpass Oswald Spencer's work and reclaim their influence. That ambition gave rise to the T. Veronica virus, created in the early 1980s by the child prodigy Alexia Ashford. Unlike the T-virus, which focused on raw mutation and weaponization, T. Veronica was built.
Isn't that the chick that just was slapped by Wesker? Or am I just wrong? Or like elbowed? Isn't that her? If I remember correctly, maybe I'm wrong, but if I remember correctly, in one of the games, Wesker just like elbows a chick.
Around a strange discovery, Alexia found traces of an ancient virus within the genes of a queen ant and became fascinated by ant colony hierarchy. She believed a single superior being could rule absolutely, just as a queen controls her hive, and that philosophy would go on to shape the virus's.
Oh yeah, that is her. That is her. Albert Wesker runs along the wall, right? I think he's also burning, and he just slaps, punches or elbows her. I'm unsure.
Design. T. Veronica combined the progenitor virus with this ancient ant virus and plant genes. The result was a strain that didn't just mutate hosts, it aimed to create a master-slave ecosystem. Lower-level infected would instinctively obey a dominant host, creating built-in biological control. But T. Veronica was extremely aggressive. In most hosts, it destroyed the brain too quickly, making them unstable as POWs. True compatibility required slow adaptation, so Alexia herself would go on to achieve this by placing her body in a cryogenic sleep for 15 years, allowing the virus to bond gradually. Once she awoke, she had retained her intelligence, gained immersive regenerative power, and even developed incendiary blood that could ignite on contact with the air. The virus also produced insects.
Ew. Ew. Essentially, she became a bug mommy. That's horrible. Today is chaos. I didn't wake up in time to work. Now I have to rush and tell everyone I'll be late. Not a joy. Yeah, that's always a bit annoying, right? You have to tell your colleagues you're gonna be late, or you're gonna be like yeah. It makes sense. It's a little. I would hate it too.
And plant-based mutations, hardened carapaces, and extreme survivability. In theory, a successful host could become functionally immortal.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Narratively, T. Veronica represents Umbrella's aristocratic side, less about mass weapons and more about creating a superior ruling being. It would also set the stage for later viruses that would emphasize control and hierarchy. If the T-virus was about creating weapons, the G-virus was about creating evolution itself. This virus was discovered in 1988 by William Birkin during his experiments on Lisa Trevor, a long-term progenitor test subject whose body had developed abnormal resilience. When a prototype parasite was implanted in her, Birkin observed a completely new viral structure inside her cells, the earliest form of what he would call the G-virus. Unlike the T-virus, which mutates a host into a single monstrous form, the G-virus forces constant evolution. It rewrites the body again and again, adapting to injury and stress. A G-infected host develops immense strength and dramatic physical changes, most famously the giant eye that appears on the shoulder of advanced forms. But the real difference is reproduction. G doesn't spread through bites or air. Instead, it reproduces by implanting embryos into other hosts. If the genetics are compatible, a new G
Disgusting! Oh, I completely forgot that it's a thing. Ew! I'm laying the eggs inside of you. Mpreg! Here we have it, guys. Mpreg. Mpreg is back.
Creature is born. If not, the embryo violently rejects the host, often bursting out and killing them. The virus.
Isn't that just a xenomorph? That's just a xenomorph. So that looks like a really fleshy, ugly xenomorph that looks a little bit like an axolotl. Also, does that thing have legs? I don't know, man.
Instinctively seeks close genetic relatives for higher success rates. Birkin eventually became obsessed with his creation. When Umbrella tried to seize his research in 1998, he injected himself with the unfinished virus. Rather than becoming a perfect G-human, he transformed into a rapidly mutating monster driven by instinct. The only near success story was Sherry Birkin, who had received a vaccine that halted full mutation but left her with regenerative abilities. In the timeline of Resident Evil, the G-Virus represented unchecked scientific ambition. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a new form of life, and once it began evolving, even its creator couldn't control it. By the late 1980s, Umbrella had a serious problem. Their T-Virus BOWs were powerful, but they were also kinda stupid. The virus damaged the brain, making most creatures too unpredictable to follow complex orders. For Umbrella's European branch, this was just unacceptable. A weapon that couldn't be controlled wasn't profitable, and their solution wasn't a new virus, but a parasite instead. This became the Nemesis Project, an initiative to create a secondary brain that could override the intelligence loss created by the T-Virus. The result was the Alpha parasite, an artificial organism designed purely for cognition and control. On its own, the parasite was useless, but once implanted into a host's nervous system, it could link to the brain and take over higher functions. At first, early prototypes failed. The parasite was just too aggressive and killed hosts within minutes. But after nearly a decade of refinement, Umbrella Europe achieved a stable version. The finished Alpha parasite was implanted into a mass-produced tyrant, creating the Nemesis T-type, a BOW that could follow orders, track targets, use weapons.
Oh, okay, yeah. I heard that people really don't like this design though, especially around like the face and stuff. Like the people don't really like this design. That's all I've heard. That's what I've heard. Regardless, that is definitely, that's a chunky boy right there. That's a big boy.
And even make tactical decisions. Unlike the mindless tyrants before, Nemesis could pursue a mission with relentless.
And let me guess, their Europeans were actually just Germans. Because it's always Germans. It's always us. We're always evil.
Focus. Its famous directive to eliminate STARS members during the Raccoon City incident showed just how precise it could be. The parasite also boosted regeneration and could transmit T-virus strains through its tentacles, making Nemesis even deadlier over time. In the broader story, the Nemesis Project marked Umbrella's shift towards smarter bioweapons. It proved BOWs didn't have to be mindless monsters, but instead, they could be controlled hunters. It also revealed a sinister truth, that the closer Umbrella came to intelligent weapons, the closer they came to creating something they might not be able to command forever. After the chaos of the late 1990s, Umbrella researchers were still chasing the same dream, a bioweapon that combined strength, durability, and intelligence without the usual drawbacks. The T-Virus created powerful monsters, but rotted the body. The G-Virus offered evolution and regeneration, but was wildly unstable. So Umbrella Europe attempted something bold. They tried to combine the two. This led to the experimental T plus G virus in the early 2000s. The idea was to use the T virus as a stabling base, while selectively incorporating genetic components of the G virus. Instead of letting G's runaway mutations take over, researchers removed its most unpredictable traits and kept the regenerative and adaptive qualities. In theory, this would produce a controlled super soldier. One of the most unusual goals of the T plus G project involved bioelectromagnetics. Scientists experimented with amplifying the body's natural electrical signals to create a high-voltage electromagnetic field around the host. This field could potentially deflect bullets and resist conventional weapons, turning the host into a walking shield. Early prototypes were failures. The first version produced only weak currents and caused severe skin damage and mental collapse. Later versions improved.
Yeah, no wonder if like a weird freak starts to run after me that you can't hurt with bullet and that bullet bounces off. Yeah. And they can use electrical abilities. Bro, they got everything. They could do meat production. They could solve the energy crisis. Interesting. Everyone in chat. Poke works for Umbrella Corporation. Last time I checked, I'm an unemployed man. Maybe I'm studying at an Umbrella, but then, right, now you've got me.
proved, and some test subjects could briefly generate powerful electrical discharges. However, there was a fatal flaw. Once the host was injured beyond a certain point, the stabilizing T-virus influence weakened, and the G-virus traits erupted uncontrollably. This triggered extreme mutation and total loss of control. The project was reportedly nearing demonstration.
Well, that is a fat, goopy boy right there. The goop!
When it was stolen during a terrorist incident, and after that, development quietly disappeared, and Umbrella completely abandoned it. Long before modern bioengineering, the world of Resident Evil was already harboring a different kind of threat, one that wasn't a virus at all. Las Plagas, meaning the plagues in Spanish, are ancient parasitic organisms believed to be thousands, possibly millions of years old. Unlike viral agents that rewrite cells, plagas are living parasites that attach to the host's nervous system and directly control their body. Their first known discovery in modern times occurred in a rural region of Spain, where a cult known as Los Illuminados unearthed fossilized plaga remains beneath a castle. Once revived, the parasites quickly proved they could dominate a host's mind while leaving much of their intelligence intact. This was a revolutionary trait compared to T-virus zombies, which were largely mindless. Hosts infected with a standard subordinate plaga could speak, use tools, coordinate attacks, and even maintain daily routines. But their loyalty was absolute. They were no longer individuals, only extensions of the parasite's will, and this made them ideal for organized control. The real breakthrough came when researcher Luis Serra engineered the dominant or control plaga. These superior specimens allowed certain hosts to retain full intelligence and even control other infected. This created a hierarchy.
Was that just Napoleon? What's Napoleon doing here?
Turning the plaga into a system of biological mind control. This parasite would become central to the events of Resident Evil 4, where Leon S. Kennedy uncovered a global bioterror plot involving plaga-based domination. In the wider lore, Las Plagas represent a different philosophy of bioweapons. Instead of destroying the mind, they weaponize it. Instead of chaos, they create order. And in some ways, that made them far more dangerous than any other virus. The T-Abyss virus was a specialized offshoot of the T-virus line, created by combining traditional T-virus research with a newly discovered deep-sea pathogen known as the Abyss virus. This original virus was found in fish living over 9,000 meters deep in the Kermadec Trench, where extreme pressure and darkness shaped unusual evolutionary traits. Researchers realized this organism functioned almost like a marine counterpart to the progenitor virus, enhancing survivability and aggression in hostile environments. Weaponization began when a joint project
Great, freaky fish. What more could you want?
between the FBC and Tricell sought to adapt the virus for human infection. By splicing it with T-virus genes, scientists enabled cross-species transmission, but this came with violent side effects. Early hosts often suffered tissue collapse because their bodies couldn't handle the rapid mutation rate. Later refinements would slow the infection process, allowing partial adaptation, though grotesque mutations remained common. Victims infected with T-Abyss often appeared waterlogged and corpse-like. Their bodies would bloat, skin would discolor, and unnecessary tissue could liquefy or reshape into appendages designed to absorb fluids. Because the virus consumed bodily liquids, many infectees developed a compulsive need to seek out water or blood to sustain themselves. In some rare cases, genetically resistant individuals transformed into creatures known as
So essentially, since they were found in an aquatic animal, they need water. That is not surprising, honestly.
Baghdad, mutating slowly over days or weeks while remaining mentally aware of their fate, making it a particularly disturbing outcome. This virus proved extremely effective in marine life, creating—
Why is there just a fleshy blob there? Ew. So they're essentially they still know what's going on. Like, they know what's going on. They experience, all the pain and stuff. That's kind of interesting.
aggressive sea-based bioweapons and even granting creatures camouflage traits similar to deep-sea organisms. Its potential ecological threat was enormous. A large-scale ocean release could theoretically destabilize entire marine ecosystems. The T-Virus would play a central role in the events aboard the Queen Zenobia during Resident Evil Revelations, where its development data was mostly destroyed. Still, surviving samples ensured that, like many bioweapons in RE4, it was never truly erased. The T-Abyss virus showed that bioorganic warfare wasn't just limited to land, the oceans could be weaponized too. The Ouroboros virus was the culmination of Albert Wesker's
That's just a dildo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's true.
ideology and ambition. After inheriting the vision of Oswald E. Spencer, Wesker no longer sought to simply create weapons, but he wanted to reshape humanity itself. Ouroboros was designed as a tool of forced evolution, meant to judge the human race and leave only the genetically superior alive. Unlike earlier viruses that caused unpredictable mutations, Ouroboros was engineered with a binary outcome, being adaptation or rejection. There was no middle ground. If a host possessed exceptional genetic compatibility, the virus would integrate into their body, granting superhuman strength, regeneration, and slowed aging. These rare survivors retain their intelligence and gain cat-like yellow-red eyes as a visual hallmark.
Yeah, I like Wesker. I like Wesker a lot. He's cool. He's cool. And there's just like edits. There's Wesker edits everywhere. It's crazy. On YouTube Shorts, on TikTok, everywhere. 7 minutes. Or in this case, sometimes even 7 burgers.
Of adaptation, but for the vast majority, the result was horrific. The virus produced black, snake-like pustules that consumed the host from the inside out. Rejected hosts lost all control as their bodies were overtaken by writhing masses of viral.
God, I hate this thing. I hated this thing. So basically, what this area was, if essentially when I was a kid and I was stupid, right? Essentially, what this area was, where you fight these bosses, it's just like a square, right, where you can walk around, and there's like an oven, and you have to get this thing into the oven and then leave as quickly as possible while you activate it, so the thing gets burned. It was such a drag and miserable experience to do that.
Tissue that sought out and absorbed organic matter to grow larger. These creatures became nearly immune to conventional firearms, making them devastating bioweapons. A critical weakness, however, was heat. High temperatures could destabilize Ouroboros, which is exactly why incineration and specialized laser weapons were considered effective countermeasures. Ouroboros also had limited use on corpses. In dead hosts, it could reanimate tissue, but without true regeneration, making these forms weaker than live adapted hosts. This virus is central to the events of Resident Evil 5, where Wesker attempted to launch a global release that would have wiped out most of humanity. His goal was a world populated only by those he deemed worthy. In the broader lore, Ouroboros was a virus that wasn't about profit or warfare anymore, but instead, it was about playing executioner for the entire human race. The T-Phobos virus was a unique offshoot of the T-virus, designed not around physical strength, but around fear itself. Developed by researchers working under Alex Wesker, the virus was engineered to activate in response to a host's psychological stress. Its very name comes from Phobos, the Greek personification of fear, which perfectly reflects how it works. Unlike most viruses in the series that begin mutating the body immediately, T-Phobos remains dormant in the bloodstream after infection, and it only activates when the host experiences intense fear or stress. Once adrenaline and noradrenaline spike, the virus immediately reacts, spreading through the body at a rate tied directly to the subject's emotional state. The calmer the mind, the slower the infection. The more panic, the more rapid the mutation.
Was it always... What is this obsession for Resident Evil with chainsaws? Every game is anything like an enemy with a fucking chainsaw. What is the obsession with chainsaws?
This made T-Phobos both a research tool and a cruel experiment. Subjects were monitored with special bracelets that tracked fear levels through color-coded alerts. Green would mean safe, orange signaled activation, and red indicated viral pathogenesis, and flashing red warned that mutation was imminent. In other words, fear became a death sentence. Because the virus was deliberately weakened compared to the base T virus, it didn't immediately destroy higher brain function. This allowed infected individuals to retain speech, reasoning, and motor skills longer than traditional zombies. Some rare individuals with exceptional mental control could even surpass the virus long enough for their immune systems to develop antibodies, effectively resisting the mutation. In certain cases, hosts who psychologically conquered their fear didn't just survive, they adapted. These individuals could gain enhanced physical abilities, echoing the prototype virus that empowered Albert Wesker. Red glowing eyes upon revival were a known sign of this adaptation. This virus plays a major role in Resident Evil Revelations 2, and more than any other virus, T-Phobos proves that in Resident Evil, fear itself can be the true.
What isn't the bracelet counterproductive because the more it right, the more it changes color into the negatives, the worse it gets, right? The more scared you get. So isn't it kind of in a way self-fulfilling? Hi Toasty, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. So isn't it kind of self-fulfilling in this case almost?
Bioweapon. The C-Virus represents one of the most advanced and chaotic viral weapons in the Resident Evil timeline. Created by Carla Radames under the direction of Derek Simmons and the secret organization known as the Family, its purpose was simple: produce highly controllable bioorganic weapons and dominate the global BOW market. Unlike earlier strains, the C-Virus was completely artificial. It was engineered by combining elements of the G-Virus and the refined T. Veronica strain, while also extracting the famous DNA mutation attribute, originally traced back to progenitor research. The result was a virus capable of extreme regeneration, rapid mutation, and most importantly, preserved intelligence. Once directly injected, the C-Virus typically transforms humans into Juavo, which were intelligent BOWs that can use weapons, communicate, and coordinate tactically. But the real horror appears when they take enough damage, because at that point, the virus triggers a chrysalis stage, encasing the host in a cocoon where the body is dissolved and rebuilt into a complete mutation species. These forms vary widely, often reflecting added animal DNA or environmental adaptation. Another dangerous feature is its airborne strain, which creates fast-acting zombie outbreaks. Unlike T-Virus zombies, these infected can retain fragments of memory and basic tool use. However, the C-Virus was intentionally designed with minimal secondary transmission. Bites don't spread it easily, meaning outbreaks could be controlled and weaponized more strategically. The virus reached its peak during the events of Resident Evil 6, where global bioterror incidents showed just how adaptable and devastating it could be. Carla later enhanced the strain using the blood of Jake Mueller, allowing near limitless mutation while preserving intelligence, making it a terrifying evolution of viral warfare. The A-Virus, often called the Animality Virus, was a highly strategic bioweapon designed around one revolutionary idea: being control. Unlike earlier viruses that turned victims into indiscriminate monsters, the A-Virus allowed its creators to decide who the infected would attack and who they would ignore. The project was led by bioterrorist Glenn Arias.
But how was that? Wait, was that just like sarcastic revolutionary, considering that like almost all of it seems to focus on like controlling the host? I think like at least like 80% of all these viruses was the goal was control, and now like wow, it's a control again. Shocker, I know.
Who sought to create a virus that reflected his belief that human society needed to be stripped down to its primal instincts. To achieve this, he incorporated genetic material derived from Las Plagas, specifically nucleotide markers from the dominant strain. These markers acted like a biological identification system. The A-Virus actually consists of three components working together. The first component, known as latent, is a dominant strain spread through food and water. It infects nearly everyone exposed but causes no symptoms on its own. The second component, known as trigger, activates the latent strain, rapidly turning hosts into zombies. And the third component, known as vaccine, is the key to control. Those vaccinated carry a plaga-based genetic marker that tells infected zombies not to attack them. This meant soldiers or VIPs could be vaccinated and safely move among the infected. In theory, armies of zombies could be deployed without friendly fire, making it a massive leap into bioweapon control. A-Virus zombies still suffer necrosis like traditional T-Virus victims, but they retain surprising levels of awareness. Some can speak simple words, recognize names, and coordinate in groups. They also avoid attacking other infected, eliminating cannibalistic behavior seen in earlier outbreaks. The virus appears in the CG film Resident Evil Vendetta, where its strategic potential is fully demonstrated. Unlike chaotic outbreaks like Raccoon City, the A-Virus was designed for precision bioterrorism. The so-called Kadoku virus is an unofficial term used to describe a brutal experimental pathogen developed under Alex Wesker during her time on Sonido de Tortuga Island. While Spencer's official directive was to pursue immortality research rooted in progenitor concepts, Alex had her own agenda, being that she was after creating the ultimate intelligent bioweapon. The project's philosophy was inspired by the Japanese folklore ritual Kadoku, where multiple venomous creatures are sealed together until only one survives, the victor becoming a powerful charm or curse. Alex applied this idea biologically. Thousands of human test subjects were infected and forced into deadly combat trials, and after each round, researchers extracted viral material from the sole survivor and used it to infect the next group. Over repeated cycles, the virus essentially evolved through survival of the fittest. Rather than a single clean strain, the Kodoku virus became a recombinant lineage shaped by constant selection.
So they basically pumped something full with the virus, or a group full with virus, right? The survivor continues, right? Because he's the strongest. They take what's from the survivor, put it into a new group, do it all over again, and so on and so forth. It's a constant repeat until you get like the strongest thing you could imagine.
Pressure. Each generation carried genetic traits from the most successful hosts, and the result was a pathogen that preserved higher intelligence, memory retention, and command recognition compared to standard T-virus derivatives. When Alex later abandoned the island as part of her betrayal of Oswald E. Spencer, researcher Dirk Miller continued the trials using local villagers as test subjects. But without proper oversight, many BOWs escaped, and some even retained fragments of their human identities. One subject attempted to rebuild a primitive community, showing how unusually intact their cognition remained. By the project's end, the final strain reportedly limited necrosis in the cerebral cortex, the very flaw that plagued most T-virus weapons. This allowed infected subjects to follow commands, recall memories, and even attempt basic communication. The mutamycete, most commonly called the mold, represents one of the most unique biohazards in Resident Evil because it isn't a virus or parasite. It's a fungal superorganism. Classified as a mutamycete fungus, it functions as a vast network of mycelium, capable of storing genetic information, influencing the mind, and restructuring living tissue at a cellular level. The mold first came into the hands of the crime syndicate.
Wait, they got Lunchley in Resident Evil? That's interesting. Interesting. I didn't know that they all said fungus. No. Wow, interesting. So they also we have Mom, I want to play The Last of Us. I want to buy The Last of Us. We have The Last of Us at home. The Last of Us at home.
Syndicate the connections in the late 1990s. Their initial goal was to engineer a controllable human bioweapon using the mold's psychotropic and regenerative properties. Instead of traditional infection, the mold spreads through fungal cells that infiltrate the body and gradually replace organic tissue. Their breakthrough came with the creation of the E-series, particularly Evelyn. Unlike earlier test subjects, Evelyn could naturally produce and control mold. She used chemical signaling similar to bacterial quorum sensing to influence the thoughts and behaviors of those she infected. Victims experienced hallucinations of Evelyn and slowly lost their sense of self, eventually becoming loyal to her quote, family. In early stages, infected hosts gain extreme regeneration, even reattaching severed limbs. As infection spreads to the brain, psychological control deepens, and in the final stage, the body mutates into monstrous forms or becomes part of the mold network itself. Evelyn could also use spawn creatures known as molded, which were humanoid beings formed entirely from fungal mass. The events of Resident Evil 7 show how devastating this organism can be. The Baker family, once normal people, were mentally and physically warped under Evelyn's influence. Unlike prior outbreaks, this wasn't about chaos. It was about domination and control. Countermeasures did exist, including serums and specialized anti-regen ammunition, but treatment windows were extremely small. Once the mold fully integrates with a host, removing it is often fatal. The megamycete is the ancient fungal superorganism that serves as the true source of the mold seen in later entries. Unlike the lab-engineered mutamycete from Resident Evil 7, the megamycete is a naturally occurring fungal network that grew.
That's just a fat fucking plant, nothing more. Hi, Shine Duck, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. That's just a fat fucking plant with tentacles. That doesn't look like a mold. That does look like a fungus. That does look like a shroom.
Deep beneath a remote Eastern European village for centuries, absorbing the memories and biological data of those who died nearby. In many ways, it functions like a living archive of consciousness. Its discovery changed everything when Mother Miranda came into contact with it in the early 20th century. Upon infection, Miranda gained enhanced longevity, regeneration, and the ability to interface with the megamycetes' stored memories, including those of her deceased daughter Eva. Convinced the organism could resurrect her child, Miranda devoted her life to mastering its properties. This research eventually led to the creation of the Kudu parasite, which were nematodes infected with mold that acted as delivery vessels. The Kudu allowed more controlled infections by distributing mold through a host's body like a parasite. Successful hosts retain intelligence and autonomy, while failures devolved into lichens or other monsters. Select individuals such as Alcina Dimitrescu, Carl Heisenberg, Donna Beneviento, and Salvatore Moreau.
Interesting. The mommy and the girls. Interestingly enough, a lot of people were simping for the sisters, daughters, whatever you want to call them, and her. I wonder why. I got a unicorn egg in my game. Congratulations.
Showed higher compatibility, becoming Miranda's lords. Each displayed unique mutations based on their biology and psychology, providing the mold's adaptability. The central conflict of Resident Evil 8 revolves around Miranda's attempt to use Rosemary Winters as a perfect vessel to revive Eva. However, her ritual fails, revealing that while the Megamycete can preserve memories, true resurrection is another matter. The Megamycete's destruction at the end of Village seemingly erased the central fungal mass, but its prior spread, including samples given to outside groups, suggests its legacy may not be fully gone. The mutated T-virus strain is an advanced evolution of the original T-virus seen in past entries that would be discovered by scientist Victor Gideon after the collapse of Umbrella in 2003. After digging through Umbrella founder Oswald E. Spencer's research, Victor learned of the virus's ability to control a host's memory and will. This resulted in anyone infected with the mutated strain to retain their pre-infection habits and characteristics, but would now carry them out in a much more intense.
Oh yeah, this fat thing, apparently you have to, you can get rid of him by injecting him with something 3 times and it just fucking explodes. So that's pretty interesting. I've seen the clips of people doing that. That's all I know.
And aggressive way. This was perfectly displayed when Victor deliberately infected his entire hospital called the Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center, as we could see an infected maid who continued her cleaning duties by aggressively scrubbing the bathroom mirrors while repeatedly smashing her head into them, leaving glass shards embedded throughout her face. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the chef would still prepare food, methodically chopping fresh meat with intense aggression, eventually leaving his entire workstation covered in blood splattered across the walls. Also, the infected singers would roam the halls while dancing and screaming in a very unsettling demeanor. Through further digging into Spencer's research, Victor was also able to learn of the virus's potential memory transfer capabilities, but the success rate was low as hosts must be able to withstand the toxicity of the mutated T-virus strain while preserving their own intelligence. Pretty much every enemy in Resident Evil 9 was not a viable host and would ultimately succumb to the toxicity, resulting in some of the most unsettling mutated creatures seen in the series. Aside from this, Victor also learned of a horrifying lethal disease tied to the original T-virus, which he referred to as Raccoon City Syndrome. This results from a latent strain of the T-virus remaining inside the bodies of survivors from the Raccoon City outbreak. During the dormant stage, antibodies kept the virus suppressed, but over time, the virus gradually evolved, adapting to the host's immune system until it could bypass those defenses entirely. And once activated, those effects were devastating. Black bruise-like marks would appear on the skin, and victims would begin experiencing fatigue, coughing, and general weakness. During stage 2, or the development stage, the marks spread across the body and begin affecting internal organs. Numbness spreads through infected areas, and many patients begin vomiting blood as internal damage worsens. By stage 3, the terminal stage, the infection consumes the entire body. The marks darken, severe pain sets in, and movement becomes nearly impossible. Victims suffer vomiting blood before ultimately dying within 1 to 2 hours. Unlike most T-virus infections, victims of Raccoon City Syndrome do not reanimate after death, making it a rare deviation.
So it's essentially just like a regular sickness. They will just die. At least no zombie Leon
From traditional viral behavior. But despite its extreme lethality, the disease was still vulnerable to Opus, an antiviral agent derived from progenitor research. Even individuals in the final stage of infection could be cured with this. Regardless, the existence of Raccoon City Syndrome revealed a terrifying truth, that even decades after the destruction of Raccoon City, the T-Virus was still evolving into something far worse. Click this video here to learn about the
Well, yeah, that's the end of the video. So now I know everything about every T-Virus, even though I really don't know all that much about most of the games, right? I played until 5, I haven't touched anything after 5, and I haven't touched anything of the side stuff either, right? Like Resident Evil Revelations and stuff. I haven't touched that. Maybe I should play through a few Resident Evil games on stream, maybe at one point. That might be a smart idea. I've quite a few Resident Evil games laying around. Just like replaying them might be a good idea. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, we've got that done. Now I can lower the speed again. So yeah, not bad at all, not bad at all. Guys, I'm going to quickly take a break and feed my kitties. I will be right back, and then we'll do something else. We can do Croc video next. Yeah, let's do that. So yeah, I'll be right back. I have returned. Alright, next we'll do Crocroc's video. Right. So he stops complaining, of course. Right. We're gonna do that. We will be doing that. After that, I'll probably do the gatekeeping is morally correct. And we're probably gonna do the Crunchyroll one, because that's very interesting for those of you who use Crunchyroll. That's gonna be very interesting. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And then let's see how much time is still left. Alright, here we go. Here we go. I need to move over probably a little bit, because the faileds are on the right side and I'm on the left side. Anyways. Bathroom fails, part 4. We're gonna look at horrible things done in bathrooms. I can already say somebody is eating pizza. I think drinking something. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna look at this. This is my Fresh Prince Yoop. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. And yeah, we'll go in. What horrible bathroom fails shall we see here? I do not know.
Okay, y'all. So I've never been down in the trenches so bad that I gotta use the bathroom number 2 and bring a personal pan pizza with me and a mug of beer. We interrupt our program.
That's very true, though. That's very true. I know that some people. I'm gonna skip this because like it usually may cause some copyright issues, right? The intro. So the thing is, right? I could not imagine eating in the bathroom. I know, however, that a lot of people, quote unquote, a lot of people, how do I say this? I know that people don't eat there, but I know that people goon there. So there is that. Yes, people goon in the bathroom. At work, by the way, or in school. Well, in my school, they also smash there, but moving on.
Other bathroom fails. Now, this is officially part 4 of the series, and we haven't done one of these in over a year, almost 2 years. And I gotta tell y'all right now, I have found a gold mine, and I mean legit gold mine of bathroom fails. And whatever we saw in the past videos has nothing on these upcoming videos. So y'all already know what to do. We're gonna jump right into this. Smack that like button, sub with notifications on. Let's get it. All right, y'all. So the first bathroom fail we have up is the, I guess, going down the stairs.
No, that can't be true. That can't be real. Nah, I refuse to the belief that that one's real. I refuse to believe that this one in particular is real. I refuse. I refuse that this one in particular is real. Because why and how? And if it is, then we have a problem here, because how on earth do you sit there and you're like, yeah, by the way, I'm gonna let me place that bathroom right on the stairs, like not bathroom but like the toilet right on the stairs,
and you need to take a dookie on the go. This is one of those bathrooms where it's like, you know, when you walk into a room and you like forget what you went in there for. This is one of those bathrooms where it's like when you start going downstairs and then you remember what you gotta do, you gotta take a dookie. Or hear me out, this could be one of those like conveniently placed bathrooms where it's like, you know, when you're rushing home from work or school and you got those earthquake bubble guts. I'm talking about super BGs, and you can't make it to the bathroom. Hey, right here, you don't gotta open no doors, just pop on the toilet, boom, done. And I mean, I'm not talking from experience. That's never happened to me before where I've had to use the bathroom so bad that I dookie myself or anything like that. Yeah.
That's self-report. An obvious self-report.
And a few things I gotta say about this bathroom fail is that this don't look like someone's stairs at their house. It looks like apartment, like public stairs. So if you get caught lacking, the whole neighborhood gonna see you. And there is no sink or anything. So you just leaving the toilet with dookie crumbs under your fingernails.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, there's gotta be like
There's gotta be an explanation for this. I just don't see what the explanation is. I mean, this seems like something you could easily remove, but like, why? But there seems to be an explanation. I just can't seem to find it.
reasoning behind this. This looks like a BDSM green screen. This just looks like Nickelodeon slimed the whole bathroom with like green tarp. But on the real, this entire bathroom would make amazing edits for video effects. Okay, so this toilet slash bathroom is either an extra old school bathroom or you live in real life BioShock. I don't know if this is a real toilet and whatnot.
I don't think this is a real toilet. If it is a real toilet, I think it's just like not even a bathroom fail. That's just a really stylized. This could be a set toilet or like maybe like a stylized toilet. Either somebody's really into like steampunk and shit. Steam pumping down the shit, I guess. That's the only logical explanation I can find for this.
But with all these meters and stuff, this looks like you can go back to the future. So I used to watch those NBC Dateline specials where they used to investigate people or companies like installing cameras into bathrooms or locker rooms and whatnot. But they were doing it like kind of discreet, you know.
That's just they're gonna watch you take a dump.
Hiding behind stuff like, you know, the little like automatic flushing type thing. Like people freak out about that still, but these people right here were just like, yo, you know, we're just gonna place one on the ceiling, so if you see it, you see it. Oh well. You're gonna be that jerk who forget to wash their hands after they use the bathroom, and the camera gonna be on the loudspeaker like and I mean, that one's really not that bad. I mean, it really is, but this next one is over the top. I mean, come on, bro, it don't get no worse than this. They got the camera staring right down at you.
Who's the sick pervert that did this? Like at this point, this is placed so obviously that at this point, this is on purpose. That video, if you piss in, that will be sold online to some sick freak.
Your joint. See, I would just take my chances in the other bathroom. If you catch me in the stall, I'm just throwing up the peace sign, you know what I mean? But you're not about to catch me lacking on a cold evening, even though I ain't got nothing to worry about, ladies. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so during bathroom fails, we've seen a lot of co-op bathrooms at this point.
Co-op bathrooms. That's a new one. Co-op bathroom. I mean, sure, but like, okay, I guess maybe a couple dookie, maybe like a relationship fart, peeing, whatever.
But this one right here takes the cake, because if you use this with someone, like there's no way you're not touching each other. You got to lift the toilet at the same time. This is like one of those like Chinese finger traps, but for toilets. If you use this with someone, your legs are interlocking. There's no way around it. Y'all got a dookie in unison. And then imagine the one person is done before you. So now that person's done, they got to get up and like, you know, lift their leg up and all. Like, no, I'm out of here.
That's all the time I've got.
Okay, so this looks like something out of a horror.
That's okay. No. Okay. No. No. Sorry. No. Why is that? No. That's gotta be Photoshop. That's not real. That's not a real toilet. That doesn't exist. Nah.
Flick, like this is wild, bro. This is literally R. Kelly's bathroom. Like he's just peeing in people's mouths. What if you just lifted the toilet seat and all of a sudden you just hear, "Damn, son." So if you clog the toilet, your toilet's literally puking. The only way I would have this in my house if the bidet was a tongue. Yeah. What?
This is a sick Negro.
I'm confused what's going on. That's a lot of bread. Why is there bread? And why does he look so horrified that there's a lot of bread? I mean, I get it. If we're coming out of the stall and then now everything's full of bread. Okay, sure. But like, what is going on?
A loss for words. How does this even happen? Where do you get so much bread in that it ends up in a bathroom, like overflowing, sinks, it's all over the floor? My man is hurt. He's either really hurt that all this bread is wasted or he is scared for his life. Like this looks like a scene from Saw 10 or whatever number they're on now. This looks like a crime scene, and the only logical thing you can do when you walk in there is ask him this.
What you eating, bro?
Straight bread.
Okay, so hear me out. There's a few things wrong with this. I don't understand these bathrooms.
For one, it's out in the open. Second, is it just me, or is there something missing on the seat? Regardless, right? But like, this is out straight up in the open. That does not make sense.
bathrooms where they have a toilet and there's no doors anywhere. There's no privacy or anything. So this dude's just taking.
It's also like if you want to go past the other stuff, right? The other things, you gotta wait until the person who's right there standing there is finished.
A dookie, now he got 5 dudes' cheeks in his face. That's 10 man buns. Get it? Because it's like man buns, but it's like a guy and he got buns. Okay, but looking into this picture a little bit further, there's worse things at hand, right? Look at the urinal towards the end. It's out of order or whatever, right? So it happens. Okay, but then the urinal next to it, cool, another urinal, blah, blah, blah. But if you're using that urinal and a dude decides to use the urinal right next to you, how are you getting out? There is no means of escape right here. You are stuck because if you try to escape, now your meat's on his buns. You just hot dog buns, glizzy diglets. I feel like this one right here is a different type of bathroom fail. And Morpheus.
Why is he? First of all, you're getting looked at by this dude, but also like, why is there a pink toilet and a blue toilet? Like, are they supposed to be couple toilets again? Co-op shitting? Or you're watching this video without me, Trader? I said I would watch it after the Resident Evil video, and you're cooked now. Sorry, big guy.
As in the movie is giving you a choice, the red toilet or the blue toilet, you know, and this is too much pressure for me. I can't, my anxiety cannot handle this. If you choose the wrong toilet, now you're getting jumped by agent doo-doo particles. One wrong choice and your whole life has changed, which would lead you to the next toilet. Y'all remember when Neo was in the office and Morpheus was guiding him on the phone and he was like, I have no idea what this is. I feel like if you choose the wrong Matrix toilet, this is the first toilet you're gonna see when you try to escape the building. They need to make a Matrix Reloaded toilet movie because I need to watch that. No actors, just straight bathroom fails. Can you imagine how the movie would go? Like Neo's like, so
why is that? Why does it look like cardboard though? It looks like cardboard though. I think it is cardboard. That's not a real toilet. You betrayed me, the betrayer.
Oh, you telling me I can dodge doo-doo particles?
I'm trying to tell you that when you're ready, you won't have to.
Okay, y'all. So this one's not really a bathroom fail. It kind of is, kind of not. But like, I put this one in here because I'm thinking, how angry do you have to be to throw a toilet?
Well, I guess you could ask the Hulk. Ah, yeah, there we have it. I guess you could ask the Hulk. And if like, yeah, you know it's over when like you have a toilet in the front glass. So there's that. Of course, someone that accuses me of being a traitor would betray the person. I will go send the magpie outside the window after you, so he can get you and kidnap you like a little croc. Okay, have fun. Need to go. Take care, GT. Bye bye.
That's my secret, Cat. I'm always angry.
Okay, so this bathroom got to be at some bar or something like that because I'm just drunk looking at it. Like I would be in the bathroom losing.
Yeah, I think that's just an optical illusion. I don't think it's actually does look like that, but like maybe it does, and it does have all these dents in there, but like you probably fall to the toilet instead of walking.
To my mind, I know I would skip this one. I'm outside using some leaves. This bathroom looks like those Photoshop fail videos we did back in the day where girls try to make their booty look bigger, their thighs thicker, or guys when they try to make their muscles bigger, and then the bathroom or the background look just like this. They'd be like, no, that's not Photoshop, that's really me. This bathroom right here looks like the beginning of the pandemic where people were just buying up all the toilet paper for no reason. Like, what? You gonna dookie 100 times a day? I feel like if you move the wrong toilet paper,
That is a lot of toilet paper. That is a lot of. This is wait. I have an idea. Is this during the pandemic? Is that why there's so much? Remember how people were hoarding, and collecting and just like buying all the toilet paper? That might be the reason. That might be it. That might be the thing. That's why there's so much toilet paper.
roll, like this is coming down like Jenga. Now you stuck like Jon Snow. Y'all, I just don't understand. Like,
how? 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 So listen. It would be best if the first one that enters takes the so first of all, logistically, this is annoying, right? You have to step over each toilet. But also, you can't just pick. For the first one in there, you gotta pick the last one at the end of the row. Because if you take the first one, somebody else can't use it. And like, if there's enough people, you can't use it. So if you enter, you're the first one to enter, and worst case, you're the last one to leave. Oh god. Why? Hope you're ready to hear me bring this up every stream, you betrayer. Should I, never mind.
How? And look at the wall. People were punching their minds out trying to get out of these bathrooms. So if you're the dude at the end, okay, farthest from us, like, you're done. You just gotta like hopscotch over the rest of the dudes taking a dookie. Okay, for this one, I think I've seen people put stuff.
I mean, this is not the worst. Though cleaning it might be a bit of a cumbersome thing, but like, this is not the worst. I guess this looks cutesy. This is not the worst. This is not the actually, this is not the worst.
Like this in their gardens where they like, you know, make use of the old like toilets and stuff and whatnot. But for a real bathroom, like you just scraping up your booty cheeks to use the bathroom, and then this has got to be hell trying to clean this. How you like? Come on, bro. How you clean the rocks? Okay, y'all. So we've seen bathroom fails with the floor carpeted. We even seen the tub carpeted. But
is the entire bathroom covered in carpet? What on earth? Why do you ever like if the like a bathroom, right? It gets like there's gonna be high the air is gonna be very wet. What's the term for this? What's the term for this? Anyways, there's gonna be a lot of water, and it's gonna be moist, which means there's gonna be an easy way for mold to grow. So we have a slight problem.
But this, the entire house from the floor to the ceiling, to me, this picture just smells musty. Like I can smell it straight through the computer screen right now.
Do you smell it? That smell.
What?
Huh? It is riddled with holes. Isn't it all gonna fall out? Like if you flush, isn't it all gonna drop? Or hold up, or is this like an illusion? They're actually just like covered with something so it doesn't get out. But this is weird. This is odd. Why would you do this when you watch every Fresh Prince video? I don't think I should watch every single one. That's a bit odd.
What is that fear called? It's like try something. Phobia. And first of all, you got all these holes in the toilet. Where is this leading to? Just back to the floor. No, this make me itchy. I hate this. We're skipping this one. Okay, so I don't really see this one as a fail. And I'm gonna tell you why. And it's the only reason you really need this type of toilet seat. And I need this type of toilet seat. And you know why? Because when you have this much of a dump truck of a booty, like you need a wide low toilet seat.
You motherfucker. I guess this isn't the worst, okay? I guess it isn't the worst. It is butt adjustable. It is cheek comforting. It is cheek fitting, okay? This is technically not the worst. You watch every Johnny Somali video? Yeah, because it's interesting to see how this man is getting cooked. Interesting. I guess this isn't I would consider this a fail. It's actually very interesting.
Damn, boy, he's thick.
This looks like a McDonald's bathroom stall and they're trying to be classy, and all of a sudden John Mayer's gonna come out like, Okay, so this one's kind of cool. Not really a bathroom fail. It's kind of a cool concept, right?
Ain't no fucking way. No fucking way, dude. Who cooked here? The fuck? Oh god, the fucking that's crazy.
Right, but dudes just have terrible aim, and that hole is way too small. But not me. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything. Okay, so I don't know what type of uranium, plutonium's.
Glowing toilet. Actually, this might be a fun idea. Especially if you can turn it on at random, right? You let somebody in on the into the bathroom, right? Somebody like a homie just says, yeah, he's got to use the bathroom, and so you turn it on manually, right? And then he just comes upstairs and see like the blue light out of the like coming out of below the door. I guess this could be interesting, but he's a good guy in your dreams, maybe.
Up in this toilet, but if I don't hear this theme song when I walk in, I'm out. I just want to know how, like, is this a zoo? Like, how do we get here? How did we get from you're using the urinal and then there's a big crocodile or alligator?
That's a fuck. Why is there a fucking lizard? Is this lizard alive? Bro looks dead.
Or whatever just next to you. And is that mud or is that like the crocodile's doo-doo smeared all over the floor? What are these crammed toilet spaces? I just don't get it. Like, and then for this one, you got to have extreme parkour skills just to get up there. Okay, so this is a first for me, but I ain't ever seen a leaning toilet. This is the type of toilet you would see on the.
What on earth is this? Why do we have leaning toilets all of a sudden? This looks like a toilet who's like, what are you doing over there? Hi, Dolphy. How you doing? You doing well? Kaiser isn't here today. I don't know. Don't ask me.
Those unrealistic math problems on a test or something, they'd be like, if your toilet leaning this way, what angle do you got a dookie at? What the fuck? Okay, y'all. So I've never been down in the trenches so bad that I got to use the bathroom #2 and bring a personal pan pizza with me and a mug of beer. And if you ask me, you get a little more extra than sausage. This is doo-doo, baby. This is probably one of the cleanest toilets you'll ever see. And I don't really understand these majestic like bathroom pictures, but if you walk into the bathroom, I guarantee you hear this.
I have been chosen. Farewell, my friends.
Yeah, nah. Nope. This, I would rather take a dump where the 4 toilets were in 1 row than walk all the way back to this toilet. Because I'm not leaving alive. Something's coming out of the ventilation above me. Or I'm just like getting eaten by the toilet. It's one of the two things. It is none else. Like, what the fuck, bro? You perv. You kinky croc rock.
Y'all, absolutely not. No, this is one of those hallways where you keep running in your dreams and it just keeps going, and like you're trying to use the bathroom and the hall, it just keeps getting farther and farther. Like, no. And then what's that creepy door at the top? No, I'm cool. I'll dookie right in that hallway right there. All right, y'all, this is it. Our final picture of bathroom fails for this episode. And
is this a wedding dinner? Is this for a wedding? It's even got like toilet paper and all. It's just like you sit there with your pants down, and then like if you just have to take it, you just take it. Right? You eat and it should, you eat and you should immediately get rid of it.
this is where the committee meets up to send out bathroom fails throughout the entire world. Rich people be making me mad, bro. Like, come on, like, let's have a fancy dinner with toilets.
Come on, son.
See, I don't really see this one as a bathroom fail. Like, if you want to bedazzle my bathroom and get it all like pimped out, like, so be it, because I'll be up in the bathroom like.
Are all nerds as good as you?
That was interesting. People out there have interesting toilets, I must admit. And Yeah, I'm joining the toilet dinner. I think. Yeah, I think the one that was like the least really weird was the one with the adjustable seat. And I guess the one with the rocks wasn't that bad either. That was actually chill. But the worst one was the one with the 4 in the row, the one with the huge hallway, and the one where you just had like the 4 of the standing thingies, and then just in the corner there's another one. There's a regular toilet with nothing in front of it. I think those were the worst easily. But most of these are actually not that bad. The coolest one was probably the one with the steampunk. The one with the steampunk was really interesting because that didn't look like a toilet. That just looked like a movie set for whatever. I don't know. Very interesting. Terrifying. Truly magical. That was truly magical. Anyways, next we're gonna do the gatekeeping video because I have a lot to say about gatekeeping. Why not? Why not some gatekeeping while we're at it?
I love cat.
Why not some gatekeeping? Because this sounds interesting, especially a topic that I am very interested in. Because I like gatekeeping, just like the next person. Because gatekeeping is always good. Hi Mila, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello, hi. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Gatekeeping is morally correct by Alcoholic Horse. Alcoholic Horse 49. Huh. Should have made 69. Anyways. Yeah, we're going in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah.
I love Catwoman.
All I can say is that yes, gatekeeping is always morally correct. See, here's the thing. Your hobby can go 2 routes. It can be destroyed by others, or it can be self-destructed. And if I had a choice, I'd always choose the self-destruction before other people go in. So here's the thing. The people that play the Pokemon card game didn't gatekeep, which gave rise to the scalpers. Actually, any hobby that includes, in any way, shape, or form, any community, any hobby, that includes any way, shape, or form of buying something, did not gatekeep, resulting in scalpers. Anime, we can take Uma Musume, for example, did not gatekeep. Now a very small minority of like 11% of the player base will harass you if you ship the male trainer with the Honses. So there's that, right? Always the you retards. It is always very interesting how tourists enter a fandom and then destroy it, because this is especially apparent in anime, right? You have like people who joined during the pandemic and then realized they didn't like what they were seeing, and were like, instead of like being like a reasonable adult, they said like, you know, I don't like this. I'm not interested. I'm gonna leave. They were like, yeah, I hate it, so it must be changed. And now we're here. Now we're here with like Crunchyroll out here changing localizations and people calling characters something that they are not, even if the creator of that franchise confirmed that they are something else. It's like, yeah, it's just weird.
So much, but I wish more men focused more on the fact that she's using what these men seek. In this case, it would be sexual objectification, and using it against them. Added with the fact that she protects sex workers and the exploited, it adds way more weight to this scene. Brilliant analysis of this scene, Miss Bucky Barnes Impregnator. Let's do a quick bio check, and there it is. Give me my
Give me my money. Yeah, the moment you see pronouns, you can immediately tell that this person is likely not reasonable. I'm sorry for the reasonable pronoun gang. It's better you just remove them. Even if you want to keep them, just remove them, because you're going to be lumped in with these people. You're not escaping.
Money. Tourists are a plague that I've seen roll through fan bases of everything I've ever enjoyed in their incessant quest to shitify everything they touch. A lot of people make the mistake of assuming that tourists are people who don't know anything about a fan base or a piece of media, and that's not true. In fact, that couldn't be farther from the truth. Tourists will pretty much always be armed with surface level knowledge to throw at you to prevent their cover from being blown. It's basically the IQ bell curve meme, but for nerd shit.
The anime guy also confused tourist with something entirely with like newbies, right? A tourist is not necessarily a newbie to something, and a newbie is not a tourist. That is, those are not the same. They're not even they're not mutually exclusive. I guess a newbie can be a tourist, but not every newbie is a tourist, and not every tourist is a newbie. See, the problem is that these people, they have the surface level knowledge. They also just consume the mainstream media, which is why they're outraged when they see something that's been there long before they have ever been there, and they're angered. This is mostly, unfortunately, in the case of people that consume shonen anime. That's why we have the terminology of hood weeps. That's where that comes from, because those are mostly tourists. Because they would call anything that isn't Dragon Ball PDF stuff. It's very interesting.
Case in point, the tweet we just saw. Newbies to a fan base will see this animation and be like, the writers obviously just did this to create an excuse for us to see Catwoman's tits. But the midwit tourist will be like, of course stupid stoic men failed to see the deeper meaning in this scene. When Catwoman unzipped her suit, it was actually the writers using her to mock sexual objectification. Yeah, she sure owned those men who like looking at tits, but...
Yeah, it's like, oh, you want to combat sexual objectification? Yes, let's sexualize me. It's like, that doesn't make sense, right? Wouldn't it be the reverse? Right? You're not. It's like trying to be feminist while at the same time having an OF. It's like trying to own the men, but you have an OF, right? It makes sense.
Unzipping her suit and showing them her tits. And the simplest interpretation of this scene circles back around to the writers just created an excuse to see Catwoman's tits. A lot of DC writers are certified freaks, and I'd have it no other way. Cry all you want, but people are going to keep criticizing the Orientalism in The Legend of Zelda. It's something people should have.
Oh no, don't remind me. We had somebody crash out on The Legend of Zelda over the way the Gerudo look, right? We had that, right? This is not the same person, but there is another person, right? That had a complete meltdown on the way the Gerudo look, and I'm like, this is fiction, big guy. Or big girl in this case. That is fiction. It ain't that deep. They're Gerudo. That's all there is to it. Right? And then they had a second crash out when it was announced that there's supposedly a Ocarina of Time remake coming. It's horrible.
Have in mind, being critical, criticizing what you enjoy is the most mature thing you can do in these cases. Nobody's saying to cancel The Legend of Zelda or anything. Alright guys, let's check the bio. I'm thinking he, they. Every damn time.
All of them. He, she, they. I am all, and therefore I am nothing. Funny.
Bring me my money. These people aren't just newbies or surface level fans. Tourists are infected with the corrosive stat. These people filter everything through their own lens and act like the destroyers of racism while branding their side as the basic decency side. There's a difference between critiquing and nitpicking. This idiot might argue that destroying these racial stereotypes is a hill worth dying on. The millions of copies sold to every color of human being on this earth would beg to differ. No one cares. Nobody's saying to cancel.
Because these people are just it's virtue signaling, right? These people are just virtue signaling. They're doing this to virtue signal. That's essentially all they are in fact doing, right? They're virtue signaling. And once that's no longer a big thing, they move, right? It's always, I support the current thing. We need to realize this. I mean, we've seen it with all the wars. people were like, mostly rightfully so, supporting Ukraine, right? Then they were supporting Gaza. After that became not longer interest, that they were supporting Iran. Because let's say it the way it is. It's mostly leftists, and like that, and essentially like they're screaming like queers for Iran, and I'm like, you know what they would do to you? Do you understand what you're saying? Are you stupid?
The Legend of Zelda or shit. That's what leftists said about everything they touched. Then it led to censorship. Fuck off. Yeah, what that guy said. People like this aren't that dangerous on their own. In a vacuum, they're just losers screaming into the void. I guess I also fit that description, but at least I don't pretend that isn't the case. The real damage is only done when companies decide to listen to the screeching. So this clown privated his tweet, but before that, it was basically him quote retweeting this guy and saying, wah wah, examples or fuck off. I'm sorry to say that we might have just run the only North Sentinelese person off of Twitter, because that's really the only way you couldn't see the rampant censorship in everything on every platform.
Yep. Newest case. I've never played Doki Doki Literature Club. I know it's hugely popular with people. Removed from the Google Play Store because it was going against TOS. And now if they want to release it again, they have to censor it. And chances are, they likely will. Which is pretty sad, to say the least. But it might actually happen, and it is incredibly frustrating that it might actually happen. And I hate it. I don't play it, but I hate it. Because I hate censorship. I'm hugely, for example, right? There was this huge discussion on Corin on Twitter. I'm hugely anti-Corin. Hugely. I want it gone. Best case. But I'm not gonna ban it. Because, first of all, you don't solve the problem. You just move it where nobody can see it, which is even worse. Because that creates worse conditions for the women being, quote-unquote, groomed into it. If you want to call it that. That's why I'm not for the banning of it. Because that doesn't help. You need to change people's minds. That is the best way you can do it. And also because it's a slippery slope and will lead into more censorship and things getting censored that you do not want. That's all there is to it.
Absolute gangbanging this guy was forced into because of this.
It means that if these people, right, these same people are gonna advocate for censorship, eventually they're gonna be hit with censorship. Right? Because they're never gonna, it's never gonna stop at just like the small things being censored. It's always gonna spiral into bigger.
Tweet is not something I would wish on my worst enemy. Some of these things I didn't even notice back then. Like, I remember Sanji's lollipop. I remember Rouge having her tits lopped off. But is this supposed to be Lady? That Netflix animation might have the same characters as Devil May Cry. It might have the same name as Devil May Cry, but it's not Devil May Cry. It's a skinwalker wearing it to lure in unsuspecting fans into watching a completely different show. We also have the beach scene in Persona 3 where Junpei realizes the girl he's talking to is a man, and they all book it, and in this new scene, I guess they just, ignore it. That was much more in character, and now they just don't do it. In Persona 5 Royale, the Japanese version was mostly left untouched.
See, it's also like, with localization, right? You look at, like, localization, for example, even for voice acting, right? You can particularly see that if you compare the voice acting from Nier Automata, JP voice acting, EN voice acting, and you will realize they're not just localization-wise different characters, but also voice, like when it comes to the voice, completely different characters. It gets even worse when you look at like Crunchyroll localization for sub and dub, or like for like actual sub and English sub, and like you can tell that something's completely off, because they're not using specific things anymore. Words, they self-insert ideologies. Like, for example, there was a case where they inserted male fragility. Uma Musume, the Christmas was completely removed and inserted with happy holiday. Weird shit. We've also had it with, I forgot what it was. Yes, it's interesting, right? Two games. One game releases on two different platforms. On the PlayStation, it's censored. Oddly enough, on the more family-friendly platform, the Nintendo Switch, it's not censored. It is very interesting what we're doing here.
But this time around, not even the home country version was spared. We are changing your favorite media to ensure that it meets social awareness guidelines. Please, do not resist. Detractors in this thread might argue that not all of the examples lead to censorship, like with Cammy's Street Fighter outfit or that god-awful extra credits video. These people fail to realize that an article being made by Kotaku or IGN or whoever holds more weight than a random tweet. See, these people often have direct lines of communication to developers, allowing them to seed change in ways that normal people can't. And unlike getting yelled at by random people, these devs have the power to negatively affect these developers' livelihood. Obviously, these devs are going to listen a bit more to the people writing the articles on their games. Oh, this game doesn't have any trans-Filipino paraplegic representation? What a shame. It's such a good game, but the best I can do is 5 out of 10 and an article title framed to make people not want to buy your game. This leads to perfectly serviceable games like Hogwarts Legacy, getting slammed by influencers in the media for something that the game developers
Oh, I don't know if he is aware of this, but the Hogwarts Legacy thing is a completely different can of worms, right? We had content creators being put on blacklists and hit lists and harassment campaigns, even harassed VTubers into graduation because they were playing Hogwarts Legacy, and therefore they are at fault for trans people, quote unquote, dying, which doesn't happen, but they oddly enough wish it would, which is very weird, but like
have nothing to do with and has no bearing on the state of the actual game itself. It sucks to be a Warhammer fan, because you gotta come to terms with like 70% of the fandom being edgy chuds. I don't even have to open the bio.
You don't have to open the bio. What is the flag with the pink, purple, and blue? I forgot what it was. Let me actually go on a little identity hunt here. Let's see what flag that is. Let me Google it. What is this? Bisexual. Well, I can't really say anything, but trans bisexual, so it's just I'm assuming this is a bisexual man and a communist, which is even worse. This is a commie. This is a commie. Their opinions don't matter.
This time around. We gotta shut down the lab making these people. It's getting out of hand. The commie troon and shark emoji with the bisexual flag as a cherry on top. Karl Marx beat his wife, by the way. Ain't no way this guy walked into the edgy chud trademark fan base and started on some, I really wish Warhammer would be more sensitive. Like, the Imperium slaughtering all aliens is low-key giving bigotry. Separating yourself from the fan base makes sense. Warhammer's not immune to having fans that make you ashamed to buy even a single figure. I'm not buying a single figure because I'm not paying $100 for fucking plastic. But a commie troon guy complaining about Warhammer fans is like a guy shooting up heroin, getting mad at someone for smoking a cig next to him. Matter of fact, I guarantee you this guy is a Tau fan. Not to mention the first post on the profile is this guy referring to trans surgeries on kids as the literal coolest thing ever. You know, I couldn't have created a better specimen to make fun of if I tried. If you'd kindly redirect your gaze to the chart, you'll find what experts call
This is this thing, right? Bayonetta. This is gross objectification. It's for insults. Actually, it's fun. Let us enjoy it too, insult. Actually, this is for the girlies. This always belonged to us. You are the invaders. Which is interesting, right? Because they're always the invaders, right? These people are always the invaders. That's why Gears of War is the way it is. That's why we have weird things in Call of Duty. I've never played Call of Duty. I never will, but like, still. That's why there's weird things in Warhammer all of a sudden, like female custodies, which is like weird because they've never existed, and then they try to gaslight right, their own companies trying to gaslight everyone into thinking that that is the case, that they did always exist. Yeah, we know this. We know how this works. We know how this works.
The plan of the tourist. This diagram illustrates what happens when you let basically anyone take over a fan base, and it's not just
Yeah, anybody, what is the game, the character called in JJK? Kirara? Something like that, right? The one that people say is trans and the woman. The creator came out saying that he's a man. He's a man. A dude. With a cock and balls. I know, right? That's what we've been saying. That he's an otokonoko? Is that how you say it? I think that's how you say it in Japanese culture. I think something. I probably didn't really pronounce it right, but like it's something like that, right? It's a male character that presents more feminine. They're still saying it's a girl going against the original source material. A classic, right? They love doing that. They love doing that.
For the girlies, but the sweat lords, casuals, people who don't read the manga or the comic, it's really an evergreen format. The Catwoman tweet from the start of the video would fit right in between stages 4 and 5, with the person in question being in the process of trying to change a story to align with their views. Warhammer is stage 6, unfortunately, especially with GW literally retconning stuff to fit a new political narrative. Warhammer was already about how horrible an isolationist authoritarian empire can be, but I guess that wasn't woke enough. When you're at stage 6, the only thing you can really do is wait for people to get bored or split off into a sub-community like Halo fans. Transformers would be about stage 3. I think the idea of robots beating the shit out of each other is so inherently masculine, combined with the fact that Hasbro hasn't really, done anything for Transformers recently. And I think both of those shield it from all the bullshit most.
Aren't they turning a female Autobot into a Prime now and sidelining Optimus? Or am I just wrong? I thought I saw something on Twitter that people were talking about that was going to happen in some way, shape, or form. I could be wrong though.
Of the time. But if Transformers 2023 gets animated, especially with all of the retards on the r/Transformers subreddits, we might have a stage 4 or even 5.
There might be a lot of trans on the r/Transformers subreddit
on our hands, especially with Robert Kirkman writing it now. In the final segment of this video, I'm just gonna throw all the...
Wait, Robert Kirkman is writing this? Well, we're gonna see how Zoe turns out, I guess. Oh, I'm getting more and more, or less and less confident in what's going on here.
Zenless tourist back here. I saw a chick on Instagram saying that the Angels of Delusion's designs were problematic. These are the Angels of Delusion. They're characters in Zenless Zone Zero, and I don't see it. I feel like I'm arguing with a Puritan woman calling me a pervert for glancing at her ankles on the escalator. Arya's a robot, so I'm not even gonna entertain that one. These conclusions scream porn addict to me. Like, these people wouldn't be satisfied until every woman in this game is wearing a hijab. Now, obviously people are gonna sexualize these characters, but I don't and never will see, but what if some weirdo jerks off to this as a valid reason for censorship? If we had to get rid of and hide anything,
What? No way. Somebody's gonna goon to this? Shocker, I know. What are you on about? They goon to Pokemon. If you want to goon, you will goon. You will find the way. A gooner finds a way. Right? It's not life finds a way. I mean, life finds a way too, but a gooner finds a way. There's a reason that people always like worried when there's a life-size Gardevoir releasing or a life-size evolution. Chill.
One jerked off to, we'd all be walking around with blindfolds because some of these people are just fucking freaks. Just call them a freak and move on, I say. I'm not saying that these people shouldn't be allowed to say whatever about whatever. I'm just making fun of them for obviously not getting it. The vast majority of criticism I see from casuals makes sense because it's something that's actively making their experience with whatever it is worse. But these people are nitpicking shit because they don't like that other people that you are enjoying it. They do it out of spite and hope that the devs and people with power will bend the knee and rid the community of the unsavory people who were there before they even learned about it. They aren't speaking for the people, they're speaking against a certain type of people. Always. Every time. A lot of these people have managed to weasel their way into the creation process or whip up such a shitstorm that the devs, artists, and creatives in question just want it to end, which always backfires as it just emboldens these people to try again. And these people will even go through giants like MasterCard and Visa to force people to bend the knee. The most effective—
Yeah, wasn't it, what was it called? Like to shout? I forgot what it was called. Regardless, yeah, they did target MasterCard and Visa. They did target payment processors, right? And those payment processors forced other companies to censor, like Steam or itch.io, right? They forced those to censor. There's also another problem where they're forcing Japanese businesses to censor what they're selling. It is very weird. It is odd. It is odd. You can't even like buy legal products that other people find problematic. It's weird. We're in weird times.
way to make them stuff a sock in it is just by ignoring them. But when they go through giants like MasterCard and Visa, sometimes that's not even an option. So in conclusion, keep bullying Netflix until they upload Steel Ball Run week by week like every other fucking service. A Stone Ocean's hype was killed because they uploaded the first half and then they waited like a year and then everybody forgot it existed and then they uploaded the second half. That was stupid. That was dumb. Why did they do that? Why does Netflix do this? I can't think of any other Netflix show that gets uploaded half season by half season. That is so weird. Why did they do that? Anyways, yeah, see ya. I love you, Pookie.
That's crazy. Yeah, however, I know an anime that was essentially, how do you put it? I know an anime that was essentially released long after its JP release, so everyone watched it before it ever released on Netflix. And then it got a dog shit Netflix dub. And now we're here. Now we're here. Right? A fragrant flower blooms with dignity. You were done dirty. You were done dirty. But yeah, I agree. It's morally correct to gatekeep. Moving on. Alright. Let's do the next one. Let's do the next one. I need water. And we're going to now talk about Crunchyroll, because that is also very necessary. We're going to yap about Crunchyroll, because I don't like Crunchyroll. That's what we're going to talk about it. Because they've been doing things. They've been trying things. Hey, we're gonna look at this, because I'm assuming that Crunchyroll will not be the only one doing this, but we are. And I've also not done a ref video this week, so we need at least one, right, kiddos? We need at least one. So yeah, let's go in. Let's go in. Japan just discovered Crunchyroll's woke Western localization of anime, and they're not happy. By ref. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. Yeah, if you didn't know, Crunchyroll has been doing weird stuff with their localization and other stuff as well already. We know this. We have watched this for a while, but it's getting more and more interesting because now what they've apparently found out is also that access to Crunchyroll in Japan is apparently blocked. It's geo-blocked. And I have the theory that this is because they don't want the Japanese and the creators of these shows and anime and stuff to find out that they're butchering and mistreating their work. But that's just a theory. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it.
Hey, what's up guys, Riff here. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about the absolute destruction of Crunchyroll, which of course is a massive streaming service for anime that's—
Yeah, nobody's going to destroy Crunchyroll. They're too massive. They're too massive. They have like half of the, they have like a monopoly, right? They have like half of the market. You're not stopping these people.
Received a very high volume of deserved criticism over the years, for various reasons. But right now, they're getting absolute
localization, treatment of VAs, treatment of fan mails to VAs. Yeah, we have it. Anybody remember when they essentially threw away fan mail for VAs and stuff? That was a thing a while back. I think we reacted to that. I think that was a Hero Hey video.
absolutely bodied on multiple fronts for various controversies, like another massive data breach that includes about 7 million users' data that has now been largely sold off. On top of that, it's been revealed that Japanese audiences are geo-blocked, meaning they can't even see the Western localized versions of anime that have completely vandalized the source material, and many people think this is an attempt to hide these vandalizations in these various localizations.
I want that you translate word for word, bar for bar, even if I don't understand it because I'm not a local. I'd prefer that than adding male fragility into it. I prefer that than throwing words like patriarchy in it. I prefer that than throwing any buzzwords into it. I prefer that than just any political agenda. Word for word, bar for bar.
On top of that, they're getting even more criticism for their anime awards for 2026 because of the judges panel, which includes individuals like this, whose biggest accomplishment is promoting DEI in the realm of anime. It is absolutely no mystery as to why people are continuing to cancel their Crunchyroll subscriptions. I really don't know how anyone is still.
I got rid of mine the moment I found out that they're geo-blocking, because at this point it's sus. At this point it's just weird. I got rid of it. I don't need it.
Still using this service. And if you are someone who canceled your subscription, you have a little extra cash around, well, I know a very good spot to use it. My official Rev plushie. Yes, through Uwu Market. This is now live. I hinted at this a couple days ago. Today is the big day. This is my plushie campaign. As you can see, this is the little gremlin right here. And if you want to support the channel, this is an amazing way to do it. You guys know I've had some interesting experiences with multiple sponsors over the last year, but Uwu Market has had my back all throughout everything, and they are incredibly based for continuing to work with me and support me. You can see the actual page here. We have to raise 100 units sold to fully fund the campaign, and it's been out for like an hour and we're already at 30%. So it's looking pretty good, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, you can pledge just $3 now. And if the campaign were to fail, you would get refunded. But if it is successful, you will then get charged for the full amount of the plushie. That's how it works. But again, we're 30% funded with a month to go. So I am not worried at all. I've met the full fundraising limits for every campaign I've ever done with every company. So this one will definitely be a success as well. So make sure to check it out. I mean, what else can I say? This gremlin is looking for a home, and this is a great way to support the channel. And also, my wife, Darling Straub, has a plushie for her VTuber model as well. Same sort of setup here with the fundraising and the goals, and she's off to an amazing start as well. So if you want to check hers out, I'll put a link to both of these in the description. Shout out to Uwu Market again for supporting this campaign and the people who are...
Okay, these are adorable. I probably wouldn't get one, but these are adorable. At least, they're adorable.
For helping support this channel by getting one of these. Now, let's talk about today's topic, and that is Crunchyroll. Okay, so 2026 has been a really bad year, and honestly, every year seems to be a bad year for Crunchyroll, but this one in particular has been rough. They started off by increasing their prices. Again, they're
another reason why I cancel it, because increasing the prices once more, while the quality essentially, right? You increase prices, but you get nothing more, right? Which I find questionable. It's also like, you increase the price, but the quality is not there. There's nothing there that warrants a price increase at all. There's no There's many anime that don't have another language option. There's many anime that just don't have an English sub. They have like a sub in like in like Turkish, and I'm like, bro, I hear good things about these, but then they have like they're like subbed in Turkish or like they're subbed in like Korean. I'm like, huh? What are we doing? I'm away. Yeah. Welcome back, Sumax. But yeah, that's another reason why I got rid of Crunchyroll. I'm just like, pay more, get less, or get the same, or even get less, right? Because apparently, they even like took away the free version, quote unquote, where you had ads. But anyways, it's just weird. This for a monopoly, they're handling things very weirdly.
Much like Netflix, it seems like every couple of months, maybe year or so, they hike up their prices, and people are just done with it because the quality of this service is really bad in so many different ways. And now, after hiking up the price,
Heka says they breached Crunchyroll, stole nearly 7 million user data. Yay! That's cool. That's wonderful. That's definitely what we need. Bro, at this point, whether my data gets stolen while I watch something on an illegal site or my data gets stolen while I pay $8.99, doesn't matter. There's no difference. If I got a virus, or if it just, my data gets taken, it doesn't matter. There's no difference. The result is the same. My data is somewhere out there. That doesn't obviously include all the other issues that this platform has. But every single time, it's weird that this platform particularly is in more trouble ever at all, in more issues than Netflix, than Amazon Prime, than Disney Plus, than Warner Bros. Whatever, the Apple TV thing, right? It's every time there's something going wrong, it's always Crunchyroll.
Hackers have breached their company and stole nearly 7 million users' data. 7 million. And how's that working out? Not very good. Okay, clearly they don't have a lot of protections to keep this stuff from being breached. And I've talked about this before. This is not the first time this has happened. I pointed this out in 2023. There was a massive class action lawsuit regarding user information. And they, alongside Sony, received a class action lawsuit they lost, and they were giving out money to millions and millions of subscribers because they put their users' personally identifiable information at risk. And back in 2023, I flexed how much of a Crunchyroll hater I was by showing people exactly how to get the $30 you were entitled to as an eligible subscriber. But let's fast forward to the current and that data breach.
Yeah, it's also like, listen, it's also like, I see all these people like, why are you watching, why are you doing anything, like, why do you support piracy? Why you're a pirate? Why are you committing piracy? And I'm like, do you know why? Do you understand why? Because these websites, these illegal ones, have better protection than whatever this is. That's the reason why people do this. That's why people refuse to pay. Right? Piracy is a service issue, oftentimes, or an accessibility, which technically is also service, but like doesn't matter. But overall, I can't see why it happens and why it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, because these platforms don't know how to keep our data safe, let alone keep up the quality. And honestly, if I have to pay for butchered localization and bad voice acting, then how about no? How about just no? How about just going somewhere else? Wouldn't that be better?
The second one, I guess you could say. And now it appears that a lot of that data that was breached has been sold. Obviously to not very reputable individuals. About 2 million customer records have been up for sale, and a single buyer purchased 1.2 million of them. So all those people are at risk, and some have already had their information sold off to a single buyer. That does not look very good, ladies and gentlemen. And as pointed out here in the replies, this is a very important thing to keep in mind. These data breaches keep happening, and they're still telling us to give them our IDs. And that is true for many, many different platforms and services. They want your full government ID and all of your information.
Which is interesting. So this is not streaming related, but it's very... I don't trust my government at all with anything. So we have a ticket in Germany that essentially lets you use trains wherever to wherever in the entire country, right? You can just use like regular regional trains to just go from like the end of the world in Germany to like Berlin, if you desire to. Would probably be a bit annoying, but you could technically pull it off, right? That's the idea. That's the idea. Okay, that's the idea. Get it? Get it. Now here is the interesting part. They wanted me to so I could purchase this through official means. They wanted me to either upload my digital ID or give them my online banking information. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. And I didn't. Because then I used through third-party means. I could use PayPal. I am not doing this. I am not giving this incompetent company, right, that runs this whole thing, my information. Because I'm pretty sure that they're not really caring about safety. I mean, the purchase sometimes doesn't even really work through it anyways to begin with, right? Purchasing tickets for like public transportation. So I wouldn't want to do this. People are weird. They truly are.
Just to use their service or platform, and then they get breached. Almost guaranteed. We saw it with Discord, for example. That has been a massive disaster where they were asking for personal information like IDs, and then, of course, lo and behold, shortly
This comes, by the way, a lot of people don't know this, but this comes from the Zuck. This comes from Meta. This comes from Mark Zuckerberg. Because Meta has issues getting brand deals and sponsorships and ads from other companies because they can no longer verify who is a actual user and who isn't. And if you use IDs, you can officially verify who is a actual human being. The only reason they are pushing this so they can make more money. Because advertisers are not paying for bots, they're paying for real people. And if you don't know who the real people are, you're not gonna get those ads and that ad revenue. They are in multiple child safety like online law pushes. They are everywhere, and they are pushing this. They push the Children's Online Safety Act in the UK. They are pushing the stuff in Europe. They're pushing the stuff in the US. It's the Zug. It's the Lizard Man that is pushing this. Remember who it is. It's Meta. How Meta this, Meta that. Has he ever met a fucking girl before? That is the question.
after they're breached, and now all this stuff is being sold and traded around on the internet. Terrible, terrible stuff. But, point out in the quote here, again, this is not like some random shot out of nowhere involving Crunchyroll, not a one-time thing. This is a continued pattern of ridiculous behavior. This user saying, "It's genuinely insane to me that anyone still defends Crunchyroll at this point. Constant delays, episode delisting, and butchered subs. 2 separate class action lawsuits for mishandling data. Data breach they try to cover up. 1.2 million users' data from the breach sold to someone online." And of course, Crunchyroll, in their very smug attitude, I guess, decided now's the time to alert subscribers about potential phishing attempts. I mean, the call is coming from inside the house. You guys are putting people at risk. I don't think it's the potential phishing attempts that subscribers should be worried about. I think it's Crunchyroll itself giving over any sort of personal information clearly is not being protected very well. Now this gets even worse, and this one I find very interesting because of a lot of things we've talked about with anime localizations and how they've been butchered as they're localized for overseas audiences. As pointed out here, Crunchyroll is unavailable in Japan due to licensing restrictions. This geo-block means Japanese audiences never see the Western localized versions of anime where subtitles are often rewritten, content is censored, and dubs are altered without anyone noticing the changes. Now, this is important to keep in mind here. There's not a huge market for Western localizations in Japan. Obviously, they're not trying to watch Western localization.
Yeah, obviously they're not gonna try and watch stuff in English or like any other languages. But it's a bit weird that they're blocking the access entirely. That's a bit odd. That's a bit weird. Sounds like you're trying something to hide from the culture it comes from. That's pretty weird. Why would you do that? That's odd. I don't know. Seems honestly a little weird to me.
They have the source material there in Japan for them. Why would they be looking at Western localizations? But there's definitely a very sinister aspect of this, and people are making what I think is a fair judgment, saying that really hides all of these localizations where Western translators and localizers are butchering the Japanese source material and injecting awful humor and unnecessary memes and political agendas into the work. And that's why largely a lot of...
I don't want to hear like the moment I hear like anything like modern slang, I'm committing some kind of spoken atrocities, because bro, the moment I hear like skibbity riz, it's over. Like, it's over. I'm shutting off the anime. I'm never watching it again. The moment I hear skibbity riz, the moment I hear like male fragility, the moment I hear patriarchy, I'm immediately shutting this off and never touching it again. It is at that point. I'm at that point where I'm like, yep, we are very, very good. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. It's stupid. And I've seen modern slang like skibbity. Stop it. I've heard it. I've heard it before. I've heard it in anime before. I'm done.
This has gone unnoticed. As pointed out here, I receive a lot of messages from overseas about Crunchyroll, but it's geo-blocked and inaccessible from Japan. So it's pretty much an unknown world to most Japanese people. However, it's an issue that's very relevant to the overseas distribution of Japanese anime, so we should probably learn more about it. Please continue to share your knowledge. And this is also a really interesting time for this to happen. A couple days ago, I made a video talking about the great crossover between Japanese and American users, where due to some changes in the algorithm, some translated features that are getting better on Twitter, there's a lot of interaction between Japanese speakers and English speakers right now, and they're...
Yep, there's overall a lot of interaction with people nowadays from different places. So Twitter implemented an auto-translate feature that translates everything automatically for you. So like you could just be scrolling and then there's just a Turkish post being completely in like decently understandable or even pretty good English, right? And you can post something and they can see what you have responded to in English and Turkish. It's very interesting. It's really good. It's really useful. However, I have some issues with it. I am scrolling and then I see a German post in English and I'm confused. Like, that put me off. You can turn it off, right? You can turn it off for like, if it's like your language, you can turn it off, right? I did that because like, was like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Is my brain fried? Am I stupid? Why is this in? Because I would have responded to that text in English, even though the original post is in German, and that has had me confused. They didn't notify anybody. Horrible. But it's true. Localization is getting worse because these people are not doing their job. Which is why they're likely going to be replaced by AI. Poor little Doug doesn't understand his own language. That's not what it was. That's not what it was. It was just confusing because it was like translated from German. I'm like, I would have now responded in this post in English, even though I'm German, and I would have responded in German then if I knew. It's more like confusing because it wasn't English.
Kind of learning about each other more than ever. And this is the type of stuff a lot of people have been trying to make Japanese users aware of, that these pieces of source material coming out of Japan, like anime and manga, are being absolutely butchered and vandalized as they're localized for a Western audience. A lot of Japanese users are not aware of this at all. There is a huge disconnect, and the fact that Crunchyroll, one of the biggest culprits of this, is geo-blocked for Japanese users, is one of the reasons why this has gone undetected. But as pointed out here, the site is accessible, but it looks like this. A presence that is both close and distance. And you can see, I mean, there's really just nothing to really do here. I mean, it's an inaccessible platform for them. They can get to it, but they're not getting any sort of idea of how it's being translated to overseas audiences. And as pointed out here in the quotes, Japanese rights holders should revoke Crunchyroll's licensing rights to these shows or take them to court for copyright infringement. They're literally geo-blocking Japanese audiences so they can rewrite and pervert the original stories to fit whatever self-insert agendas they want to push. And here is the classic example. If you're not familiar with some of these localizations...
Yeah. You remember that. Subs. What's with that outfit? Everyone was always saying something to me, so I tried toning down the exposure. How is it? You should try changing your body next. Right? That is the sub. That is what it said. It translated into written text. The dub does this. What are you wearing that for? Oh, those pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves, so I changed clothes. Give it a week, they'll be begging you to change back. Totally different. It's so the first line in both of these is like fine, right? But then the second and the third line are no longer there's no longer anything that like they're not the same anymore. This is not the same. Not the same thing is said. Which is very interesting. Actually, now I want to watch Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Not because I'm necessarily interested in the anime, but I want to see if the German dub took that as well. Or not. I'm incredibly curious to find that out now. Huh. Might be worth actually trying.
Here is the crown jewel of everything wrong with these Western localizations. So this is the properly translated subtitles, not localizations, just the regular subtitles that are translated. What's with the outfit? Everyone was saying something to me, so I tried toning it down or toning down the exposure. How is it? You should try changing your body next. Here is the localization where the Funimation, now part of Crunchyroll, dub decided we need to change this up to make it digestible for our Western audience. So they made it this, okay? What are you wearing that for? Oh, these pesky patriarchal societal demands were getting on my nerves, so I changed clothes. Give it a week, they'll be begging you to change back. Yes, that is the kind of slop that these localizations are.
We love slop. We love weak slop. I enjoy it a lot. Hello, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing decent. Hope you're doing all right. Maybe even good. Yeah, I dropped Crunchyroll. I'm no longer using it. And if people want to cry about like, oh, but but you need to pay for it. Not if the service looks like this, bitch. Not if it looks like this. I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it.
Are forcing upon the source material when they're localized by Crunchyroll and others for a Western audience. And a lot of the Japanese users and rights holders have no idea this is happening. This is why original creators rarely notice their work being vandalized to fit some misguided political agenda or a localizer's narcissistic fantasy. The last time we actually got good quality localizations was in the fan sub era I hope more creators wake up, cut ties with these people, and hire staff who actually love anime, manga, and games. And I like how they point out the narcissistic fantasy, because that is the heart of the issue with these localizers who are nothing more than actors.
Yeah, you can see that when you find them and call them out on it, and they say like they can do it better than the original source material. Crunchyroll only pay when the game vault has something good in it. I'm not gonna touch it ever again. I'm done with Crunchyroll. I'm not using it ever again. I'm done. I'd rather than just like do it a different way, if you know what I mean. Skull emoji and pirate flag emoji. But I'm not touching that anymore. I'm done with these people. I'm done. I'm not giving those people money. I want Crunchyroll to die.
Activists, self-important activists who are narcissists, who want to force their agenda on everyone because they believe they have the right to do so. They don't care that they're vandalizing someone else's work. They're just using it as a chance to exercise their narcissism.
Essentially. That's what it is. Hey, Poker, let me know if you ever want to do a casual match in Pokemon Champions. Sure, Bryson. But I haven't even downloaded it, let alone played it, because I consider this to be the pinnacle of free-to-play Pokemon slop. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Pokemon Champions. I feel like you might as well just play Scarlet and Violet instead of whatever this abomination is, but yeah. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well.
But let's continue on and see people actually defending this. Yes, actually defending this. This user saying, Crunchyroll doesn't do any of the dubbing of their anime. You're a effing moron. As this user points out, the source for their claim is Crunchyroll's website itself. Crunchyroll produces anime subtitles using teams consisting of translators, timers, editors, and reviewers. The teams use subtitling software to output a file that includes both the text and the timing cues for when it will be displayed. Yes, so that person is completely wrong. The average Crunchyroll defender, by the way. But here is the last thing I want to talk about. So there is the Anime Awards hosted by Crunchyroll for 2026. It's coming out next month, and this is getting clowned on, rightfully so. People do not trust what is going to go on with the voting because this is the judges panel, and you see a whole host. There's a lot of people, but let's just get some quick examples, right? You have an individual like this. Okay, here's one of the judges, and you can see that there's someone who was a managing editor of GameSpot that is known for making endless anti-anime related articles chastising the medium while of course using it for their articles to make money. And when it comes to GameSpot, I remember one article in particular where they were describing the Konosuba movie, and they described some of the choices as deeply transphobic when it came to a chimera in the movie that had male parts but identified as a woman. It was a gag. And when Kazuma, the main character, discovered that this was actually someone who was a biological male, he freaked out, okay? Because he was getting a bit handsy with this creature. And this person thinks that was deeply transphobic. So they're trying to police Konosuba, and their recommendation was to not watch this, by the way. And the irony, of course, is that I went to Crunchyroll's Twitter, and one of the most recent posts is celebrating Konosuba. You can't...
So, you're telling me that the judges are likely absolute morons. Why not get proper anime content creators into this instead? Oh wait, right, they would vote for things, they would judge things and put things in there that would go against you, so that's what you don't want. You want probably some safe option to win.
Make this stuff up, ladies and gentlemen. But here's the one a lot of people are talking about. This is one of the other judges, where you can see this person is the founder of Anime and Chill, the UK's leading anime and gaming community, and that is already concerning given everything that's going on in the U.
Well, considering what's going on in the UK, yeah, we have a problem here. Oh, by the way, funnily enough, right? Whether you like it or not doesn't matter, right? Right now. Whether you like it or not. But they basically banned step-family relationships in fiction. Right? In fiction, by the way, in fiction. Or any like corn material, right? Corn material, right? Whether you like it or not doesn't matter right now. But it also is in fiction, which I have a question. Is it illegal to own Game of Thrones in the UK now? And by the way, they banned that, but cousin marriage is legal in the UK. Just so you know, you can marry your cousin in the UK, but when it comes to a fictional setting in consent for adult movies, again, whether you like it or not, that's up to you. I have questions how one is okay in affecting real human beings, while the other one can affect real human beings, but it can also be fiction. The fictional content is a problem, but the real cousin marriage isn't. I mean, then again, they bow to their Muslim overlords, so there's that. Very interesting. Very interesting.
UK with censorship and stuff like that. Very, very unfortunate time to be someone in the UK who wants to actually enjoy your media and including social media without being subjected to censorship or even being arrested for things that you want to see that are totally fine, and also things you want to say that are just totally fine, but it's wrong speak or wrong think, whatever you want to call it.
Marry cousins. Well, looking at the history of the UK royal incest, it's not surprising. Yeah, too bad they're not doing it because of the UK royals. They're doing it because they're now the United Arab Kingdom or the United Islamic Kingdom. Britistan, Great Britistan. She looks AI, not gonna lie, kind of. I think it's just lighting, honestly.
But her big contribution is to a large-scale convention, programming, and curation where there is consultation with entertainment brands on DEI, community engagement, and influencer marketing, which is connecting campaigns with authentic voices in the anime community. Authentic voices. I wonder what that means.
Why do I not believe that? Yeah, she's probably like, oh yeah, look at Frieren here. Somebody's like, look at season 2 Frieren. That seems pretty decent. And she's like, no, not enough gays. Not enough black people. Not enough, there's no trans people. We can't pick that. Next. That's like the thing I'm gonna see. Not enough minorities. We need more minorities. Anime isn't diverse enough. A medium from Japanese for Japanese.
Ladies and gentlemen, but yeah, when your biggest contribution is spreading DEI, I don't think people want to tune in for whatever you're judging. I don't really trust anything you are doing, but this is a long line of failures for Crunchyroll, and they're dealing with multiple fronts here, and it's all their own creation. Like, you reap what you sow. The classic line rings true yet again because, well, they have created all this mess for themselves, whether it's the data breach because of their own failures to protect that, or this new anime awards, given their choices for the judges, on top of the geo-blocking, which is a whole nother issue that really highlights what people have been.
Geo-blocking is actually really interesting. I don't know why they're doing that. Except that they want to hide something. They've got something to hide. True, the royalties at incest cases, but guess the ratio of it in Pakistan. So, yeah. Yeah. Is it like 60, 70% or 50? I know that in Oman it's like 50%. Oh, they also did nuke Muse Asia. The YouTube channel that shows free anime legally on YouTube. Funny. Cousin marriage, then regular marriage. They're in Pakistan. They don't believe in family trees. They believe in family recycling. Their family tree is a circle.
Criticizing localizers for years, which has fallen on deaf ears at Crunchyroll, who keeps allowing this to happen. But yeah, hopefully more Japanese users figure this stuff out and learn about it and help do something about it. But for now, that's going to do it for today's video. As always,
yeah, that's pretty much about it. Yeah, it's interesting. Fun fact, white women and gay people benefit the most from DEI. I didn't even know it existed until I heard white guys complaining about it. I only hear white women complaining about it, to be fair. I don't see it. I rarely see. So I see. So in this order, right? First, I see white women complaining about it, like crying and benefit, like that there needs to be more diversity, DEI and stuff, right? Then it's black women. Then it's white dudes. Then it's black dudes, and then everything off of that really isn't that much there. That was I've seen, but I've seen mostly liberal white Karens doing it. Very interesting, but that's what I mostly see. Liberal white Karens complaining about it the most. That's what I've been encountering. It's mostly just white women with white savior complex. Anyways, very interesting. In other words, yeah, cancel your Crunchyroll subscription. That's all I got to say. But yeah, it's always liberal white ladies just be like, huh. Once in a while, you do see an Indian woman, which is really interesting. You don't see Indian men. They don't care. They don't give a shit. But like once in a while, you do also see an Indian woman complaining and crying how there needs to be more diversity. Oddly enough, nobody is saying there should be diversity in the Middle East. Nobody's saying there should be diversity in Africa. Only either diversity in Europe, the United States, or Japan. I heard nobody talk about diversity in Korea. Or Indonesia. Or Singapore. Weird. Alright, let me see. What else do we want to look at? We already have enough shit on our plate. Well, I mean here in the Western world. You don't see those people complain about that. Let's watch something. Let's watch something fun. Let's watch something fun. This one sounds fun. Let's do it.
Wedding. I don't hate it. Right, so
let's watch this one. I'm pretty sure I haven't watched this one ever. So we're gonna do something fun. I think this will be the last video of today. Otherwise, I just have a huge backlog of videos that I wouldn't like. And like, it just gets perpetually more and more, and I don't want to overdo it. Yeah. So we're gonna go into this one, I think. Like the last one of today. I'm also super tired. I'm super low energy, which isn't good. And people are known to do the opposite of DI in the West, hiring any other Indian people. Only other Indian people. I go eat now. Take care and enjoy your food. Ciao. Take care. Munch your food. That's hilarious. So yeah, let's watch. Grooms speedrunning their divorce. I am ready. This is by Arthur Frederick. I think we have reacted to his reactions before. Yep, we have a reactception here, but it's hard to find grooms obliterating themselves, so we're gonna make fun of grooms obliterating themselves. By the way, is there a video out there of wives obliterating themselves? Brides. That's the word. Brides. I want to see brides getting obliterated by themselves. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. I'm curious. I am very curious how this is gonna go, especially since we have watched a video like that before and it was hilarious. Hi London, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Right, so your wedding is supposed to be one of the best days of your life. It's one of the few days where you can embrace main character syndrome and truly make it all about you. And no one's gonna judge you, because that's what you're supposed to do. And because it's such...
Depends. So it depends. It's about you and your husband or wife. Not just about you, because there is a lot of ladies who make it entirely about themselves. That does exist, sadly. Like the groom doesn't even matter, the husband doesn't even matter.
Such a significant and momentous occasion in life, everyone wants their wedding to be perfect. However, things don't always go to plan, so today we're trying not to cringe at some of the worst wedding nightmares ever. So let's just jump straight into it. Alright, first up, my body is here with you, but my mind is outside of town.
What the actual Why is my man on the phone? What are you doing? No wonder. First your hair has divorced you, and now your wife will. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. First your hair divorced you, and now your wife will. Why the fuck are you on your phone? What is going on? JVS dropped a new video an hour ago. Sadly, this will be the last video of the day. I can put it, however, in for next week.
This guy's walking down the aisle with what I'm assuming is his brand new wife and is like, mind if I pop a quick doom scroll? He has literally already given her grounds for divorce and it's been 10 seconds. I don't mean I laugh, but this would so be me and Chip if you could get gay friend married. Is that a thing? If it's not, it should be. Oh, I actually start to feel really bad for her. She's doing a little dance.
Duck, why you leaving? Nah, it's mostly so that I have like more than enough. I have more than enough video. Are you dying? No, I just have more than enough videos. That's all there is to it. I'm gonna end up off of this stream having enough videos up to Wednesday, which is crazy. It's just way too much. I just create a huge backlog. That's not good. Especially for like reaction videos. Oh my god, this reminds me of that one bride who was flashing herself in front of everyone. That's not your wife. That's just your turn. That's your community wife. That's everyone's wife.
Celebrating by herself. I was like, at least he's not focused on it anymore. It's in his hand. I mean, he could put it in his pocket. Nope, instantly back on. I'm so curious what app it is. Because if it's anything other than the chess.com one, he has no excuse. Poor lady. She deserves better. All right, next up. Groom's cringeworthy speech at a wedding.
Wait, haven't we seen this already? Some of these we've seen already. Not this one, but I'm pretty sure this one I've seen before. This one I've for sure seen before. Don't die. I would never die. What would you do without me if I died? I could never leave you alone, Sumax. Don't worry about it. It's fine. The only way I could see her not getting mad is if that phone conversation is worth thousands of dollars in a business deal. Yeah, I could see that.
I promise to smack ass every chance I get. That's all I got.
Is that it? That's his wedding vows in front of her family.
Are you sure? I didn't write nothing down.
That's what you're going out with?
That's what I'm going with. Cool. We've made it this.
I could not believe it. Are you serious? Do you want to have a second? Maybe come up with anything on the spot, anything nice at all you can think of other than smacking her ass that you can tell her.
That's just crazy. I remember that. That's just crazy. I would come up with like a huge monologue. I would just come up with a huge fucking monologue of like why I love my wife. I'll be the greatest simp for my woman. The greatest simp the world has ever seen. And I would be rude to every other.
To her face as you marry her in front of your entire family and friendship group and her family as well.
Is that it?
And it was so quiet as well. No one else laughed. I wish they had panned the camera to the audience because I bet they would have been just as dumbfounded. Yeah, the pastor was for real saying, my brother in Christ, try again. Wait, you can hear his buddy saying, come on, Cody.
That it? Come on, Cody. Are you sure?
Come on, Goldie. Oh, everyone in there is just like, even if this is your current plan, look at how it's going down. Say something else.
I didn't write nothing down.
That's what you're going out with?
That's what I'm going with.
She's so awkward, you can tell. Divorce, babe, divorce. Yeah, divorce immediately. He didn't even care enough to say what he loves about her. Like, we laugh because it's cringe and awkward, but also, that would be so devastating. Going to marry someone and being in front of everyone as well and just being like, and you've written your own wedding vows as well. You've come up with all these lovely things to say about your partner.
Yeah, and then your partner's just like, nice ass. You may now kiss the bride.
And then you're like, okay, your turn. And they just go, I promise to smack that ass every chance I get. Fucking hell. That's a turn off that lasts a lifetime. All right, next. You thought your walk down was awkward. I had to restart mine. Wait, what?
Just take a moment to like it, Jessica.
Can we pause whilst we get Jessica? Who the hell is Jessica? She better be like the bride's twin sister or something for it to be this important.
Open the door. Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
Is that Jessica? That kid? He's running off ahead anyway.
I don't understand what the groom is writing here. And we're like easily in. There must be something coming. Otherwise, I don't understand. You can't even say a few lines about the person you love disappointing. And then nice as that is. I don't have a lot of words to say.
Was it worth it?
Wow.
I mean, yeah. Wow. It's funny now. She found it kind of funny at the time. She didn't seem to mind. But yeah, why is there like 9 people at your wedding? Was the budget $30? To be fair, it's lovely, nice and sunny, lots of grass. Maybe they've just got a small family and not many friends. It's the saddest wedding I've ever seen. I was trying to put a positive spin on it, maybe not. Why are you barefoot? This wedding looks so depressing. I'm sorry. Why is everything so close? Wow, people are tearing this to shreds. I, for some reason, don't mind it. If these were all the people I wanted...
Yeah, like, the couple is, like, happy and the couple is fine with it, then I don't see a problem, right? Like, the couple wanted this, so they're, like, they just want to marry, like, a small community. Like, fine, I guess. Okay. Right? If they don't want to do anything pompous, sure, go ahead. I don't see how this fits the video, right? Nothing has been ruined here. Huh? There is no divorce happening.
At my wedding, and it's nice and sunny, and you know I'm not deep in the whole going to get Jessica thing too, but I don't think it's too bad. And you know what? Most people only get to do the walk down once, and you got to do it twice, and you didn't even have to suffer through a divorce for it. All right, next, he launched that whole cake. He violated her, bruh. Okay. I feel like you could kind of see a like switch go off. What the fuck? Oh, that was weird. Just nearly fucking took her head off with the...
Did he overreact? Yeah. Did she start it? Yeah. So... mutual destruction? I guess? It wasn't worth launching the whole cake, but yeah, it wasn't worth it launching the whole cake at her. That is for sure. You should meet with equal force. That means if your face is covered in cake, so should be hers. Equality in such things. That was overkill. Nope. Yeah, that was a little too much. That was a little too much. Like, if you have a little bit of cake on your face, just give her a little bit of cake on the face, right? It's your wedding cake as well.
Cake. A good way to start off any relationship, going, whatever you do to me, I'm going to do to you 1,000 times worse. You smile at one of my friends, I'm fucking your entire friendship group.
Whoa.
There is no leeway in this relationship. What a psycho. Oh, her running back to him to smooth it over is breaking my heart. She deserves better. Did the guests really find this funny? Yeah, I feel like if this was my sister or my daughter, I'd be throwing hands at this guy. She started it. I don't know what's up with you people. She put that all over his beard. She did start it. It was the escalation that was an issue. Do some people really see those two as equivalent? Okay, she did rub a little bit. That probably pissed me off, the rubbing bit. A little like, oh, got some on your beard. I'm like, ah, good joke. When it's like, oh yeah, continue. Oh, get that in your fucking beard. I'm like, okay, enough. This wedding is already very overstimulating. Now I've got cake.
Yeah, it's also like the crowd was cheering. The crowd wasn't cheering when what he was doing.
In my beard. I fear that's my prayer being answered, but he got it all wrong. Wrong intention. But this, bang! Yeah, she's like, what the fuck? Like, kind of like, oh, let's laugh this off in front of everyone, not make a big deal out of it. Awkward and embarrassing. Those cakes weigh a ton and are supported with dowels. That 100% would have hurt and left the mark. Even the cake expert agrees. All right, next up.
Huh? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Who is the fridge? I am so confused. Huh? Did he marry 2 women? I am so confused. Also, what is she holding? What is the blue thing she's holding? I am so confused. What is going on here? What is this? I am so confused. Muslim question mark?
Is this their first dance? Who the hell is that? Please tell me that's not the mother. This is another mother-in-law from hell contention, if so. Again, I wonder if he meant...
So confused, bro. Bro, I could have hurt her neck. I don't know, possibly, but like, I am. Okay, so this one, I'm so confused. I am so confused. I don't understand. What is the goal here?
Years ago, I was sitting there just going like, I pray for a 3-way on my wedding night, and then my wife is fine with it, and then this happens, and he's just there like, yeah. He's like, you misread that one, genie or God, whoever is answering this. How bizarre. They both.
The one is like really happy and crying, and the other one is so you can look at her face. She's like really annoyed. Get this woman off my man. What is going on here? I am what? One is not happy. The other one is in tears.
Looks so awkward. This has to have been her idea. Oh dear, how strange. And I mean, you didn't want to say anything. It's your wedding, your first dance, your wife is there. Didn't want to be like, Mum, this isn't about you.
It's all about me.
Back off. All right, next up.
What the hell?
Okay, yep, got that. Okay, no, so brides, if you're planning a wedding next year, this is a must. Oh, that's fun. Decorating the cake with berries. And strawberries. The best of the berries, in my opinion. Oh no! Oh, you can't. Oh my god, are they just gonna leave it? And it's just like, no, I think we got all the pieces of glass. That'll be fine. She blew on it and we picked most of the shards out. And later on, their nan's just in the corner bleeding from the mouth like, what have you done to me? Ah, fuck, we really should have thought about that one. All right, next. My husband's only request for the
That one was okay. That wasn't so bad. That was cute. I guess mine's the broken glass and somebody potentially choking on dying on it, but like, other than that, that was fine. Could have been worse.
Wedding was that he could recreate the Spider-Man kiss. Not gonna lie, one of the best kisses in movie history. What man didn't grow up being like, I want to do the Spider-Man kiss one day? This guy gets to do it as...
Yeah, I want to do the Spider-Man kiss. Yeah, I want to do the Spider-Man kiss. I just need to find a worthy volunteer. Thinking about it, I might have actually a worthy volunteer.
At his wedding. I don't hate it, although let's see how he pulls it off. I hope he's practiced this. No, actually, that's actually sick. That's so...
He did the Spider-Man kiss. That's really fucking cool. Why are there... this stone doesn't belong here. Bro, if you can do the... If you have marry a nerd, you can do the Spider-Man kiss with, then, that's that. Yeah, Spider-Man kiss. I would want to do it. I may have a volunteer for that, actually. So, yeah, why not? Also, like, this is cool. This is cool. This is really cute.
Sick. It was smooth. It was quick. It didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable. He landed it like a pro. He hung like a pro. I personally wouldn't do it at my wedding. I think Spider-Man is sick, and I think this is a great kiss. I wouldn't do it at my wedding, but I'm genuinely not judging. This guy must fucking love Spider-Man, and you know what? More power to him. And you know what? If on your wedding day you do something cringe, but your wife's face looks like that, that's a win in my books. I also feel like I can't say like, oh, you just got happily married and kissed your wife, loser. From the comfort of my room where I'm filming YouTube videos by myself, being like, no, look at this guy, happily married and kissing his wife who's having a great time. What a loser! What an L. Nice. Oh dear. You know what though? You know how you can make me feel a little bit better.
Me no hablo English.
You know what you can do to make me feel a little bit better about this predicament? Oh, it's quite a tongue twister. You could hit that subscribe button down below right now. If you're having a good time watching this video, I'm having a good time. I'm grateful you guys are here hanging out with me. And if you want to hang out with me in videos like this in future, just hit that subscribe button down below. It's free. It only takes a second and I'd really appreciate it. Much appreciated. Thank you. Now back to the video. All right, next. This is so disrespectful. I'm sorry. All right.
Jeez, they're both falling. One is falling in the water. One is falling in the water. Guys, let's put our money on it. I'm saying she is falling in the water. I am saying she is falling in the water. I am saying that. Duck. Somax, what is it?
Oh, he nearly fell. This is so bold, because could they not have edited this? Oh, he pushed her!
Never mind! Speed running! Divorce! Right here, right now! That man's gone. That man's divorced. That woman's gone. He just chucked her in.
Wow. Help her out of the pool at least. Oh my god. On her wedding day, I think from that look, she was not in on this. That is a diabolical move. And then to just ignore her, not even like jump in after her and be like, oh, we're in the pool together, we're having a good time, or I'd say bare minimum, but it's way below bare minimum, helping her out of the pool. Just looking at the photographer and laughing. Crikey. That is so disrespectful. That's evil. That's actually a wedding ruiner. Oh my goodness, that would actually upset me so much. All right, next. She probably spent hours getting ready to look her perfect best for the most important day of her life. And this dusty man-child ruined it all for a stupid laugh.
Look out for the cake!
Oh, shit. Right in the eyes, right? Which would just hurt even more. Because right in the eyes. You dick. That's a dick move. I guess it wasn't so bad. She didn't really hurt him. She didn't really hate it. I guess it's not so bad.
I mean, she's laughing at least. Is there anything left? Oh, that's got weird. That looked real freaking weird for a second there. I actually think I've reacted to that clip before in another video, but I can't remember what. But yeah, I mean, she took it quite well. Hopefully she was in on it and like they had pre-planned that, because she got quite a soaking and he got a little bit of dribbled nose.
Stop it. Get some help.
Oh dear. All right, next, our pastor. Alec, you may kiss your bride.
Alec, you may kiss your bride.
The guests loved it so much.
That's a lot of preparation for a kiss. What is bro doing? Modeling? I mean, he has the jawline, I guess. The fuck is he doing? The fuck is he doing? What? Me and the boy. Bro, where like you can kiss the bride. And what did bro do? Hang out with the homies.
There are kind of some awkward giggles. Okay. That was all just that's way too extra for me. That got
At least it's cute. Yeah, and he did absolutely lock in. That was a kiss. That definitely. He did 12.5 million likes. That is a kiss. That was definitely a kiss. I have to step up my game if that's what I'm showing around here at this point.
12.5 mil likes. Are people in favor of it? Not me thinking he was running away to kiss his best man. Did you rehearse the kiss? That was so smooth. It was well timed. That was a bit too aggressive for my liking. I love how excited he was to kiss her in the end. This is the opposite of that Toxic Vows video, and I'm happy for her. You know what? Maybe I'm being too grumpy.
Kinda.
The whole little song and dance is a bit too extra for me, but you know what? If he enjoyed it and she enjoyed the kiss, did she enjoy it? When she comes back, she's smiling and happy. Who fucking cares? I'm a grump. A little cringe in my opinion, but sweet and wholesome. Fine. If it works for them, I'm happy for them. All right, next. What's going on here? We got a bride who's saying, at Chief Keef.
Keith, this is your last chance. Otherwise, I'm gone forever. You have 10 minutes to let me know.
What the fuck, man? That's not your wife. That's everyone's wife. That's Keith's wife. What a bro. Now that is disrespectful and scummy. Now that is, yeah, I'd call off the wedding. I'd call off the wedding. I see this. I call off the wedding. I see this. I'm getting the divorce papers. I'm getting these. No way in hell.
I feel the most beautiful I've ever felt. This is my dress. Chief Keef, this is your last chance.
Oh my goodness.
Should I get bro the chair? Seeing your wedding reception for the first time. Should we get the chair? You want the chair? Then again, at that point, you might have not even seen it. I'm buying. Here's a wedding gift. The chair.
This poor guy. Imagine getting married and the day after you're getting tagged in an Instagram reel of your wife being like, before I get married to this dude, hey, my celebrity crush, do you want me? That is sick. Even if it's a joke, that's sick and disrespectful. And you're telling me he commented and she liked it. Oh, it's a beautiful wedding as well. Fuck.
All that money spent on a woman who would leave you if the right man asked. If that isn't depressing, I don't know what is.
Lovely. Really lovely. Oh, I want to see his reaction because he might be on board. He might just be like, this is my sense of humor too. Oh, she's our little joker. She pulls this kind of stuff, but with no context. If you're on the other side of that, your partner does that, like does a little call out to their celebrity crush being like, you're at them, your move. I'm getting married in 10 minutes. You're there thinking back to your lovely wedding moment and you're like, oh, 10 minutes before that, you were uploading a video to social media, being like, before I get married to this person, is my plan A interested? Fuck, that's so brutal. I mean, I'm sure loads of people will be like, oh, it's obviously just a joke and like funny to look at from our side. But imagining being...
Not really, that's just cheating at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm calling it the way what it is. That's cheating. She cheated.
Being on the other side. Oh, I'm already so curious about what the comments are going to be on this because this Chief Keef one, I really was not a fan of, but I think a lot of people would just see it as a joke. And the restarting the walk down the aisle, I did not think was bad at all. And I think loads of people will smoke it in the comments like they did on the comments on the original clip. So yeah, I mean, as always, leave your comments down below on what you think of each clip and my take or whatever. But in particular, those two, because I'm so curious. All right, next. Bro is so excited about his wife. He thought the priest was high-fiving him. Congratulations, bro.
Amém. E amém, graças a Deus. Que o grande amor de Deus, nosso Pai, a graça do nosso Senhor e Salvador Jesus.
What's good, bro? Yeah, bro was really happy. Bro was really happy.
Oh no, not even clocking it as well. Oh, he didn't even just high-five him. He kind of went to dap him up. I mean, that's a crazy... That's... the fact that he assumed that it was a high five is, you know, it's a positive spin on it. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been like...
Espírito Santo seja com todos nós. Não, a graça do nosso Senhor e Salvador Jesus Cristo. A comunhão e a consolação do Espírito Santo seja com
todos nós. Everyone is just dying. That's such a tough watch.
Amém.
Oh man, I want to watch you one more time.
Graças a Deus. Que o grande amor de Deus, nosso Pai, a graça do nosso Senhor e Salvador.
It is cute, it is. Bro is so locked in. Bro is so That's cute, that's adorable.
The instant facepalm from him and his soon-to-be wife. Oh, all right, next up. When the priest doesn't get the memo and you don't want him in the background of your kiss. Oh, she was mad.
Oh, oh, he didn't get it. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. Oh no. Oh, he didn't get it. That's disappointing.
The maid of honor tried, but the bishop had other ideas. Did they warn him in advance? Did they say something? Wow, he really was like, no, I'm staying. I mean, for an officiant, he's got some crazy aura about him. I don't think I've ever seen an officiant wear glasses like this. It's actually a really cold fit. I wonder if he's like, look, I look hard as fuck. Trust me. I know they said they want me in this photo. Just sat there aura farming in the back in the sun. Yeah, you guys go on and kiss. I know everyone else is looking. Oh, he would have lost out on payment for sure. Yeah, with how angry she looked at the end. All right, next.
My husband's mom was teasing us when we kissed, and I literally told her to shush. He's mine now.
Damn. It really depends. Whether I agree with this or not depends on what teasing us means. If she's lighthearted and joking around and she's getting shushed, it's like, what the hell? That's my son. And then, yeah, then later in life, your daughter-in-law will do the same. Oh, and I know it was done playfully and respectfully, but as a mother myself, he will always be hers. But then again, my mind is tainted by the Mother-in-Laws from Hell series. It really has a deep imprint in my brain now. These like mummy's boys and the mums that just like are too attached to the son and they're like jealous of their bride for taking her place. So yeah, they're like teasing us could be the mum like genuinely engaging in jealous behavior. But she said, I love my mother-in-law, so I'm guessing she's sweet and it's wholesome. And I didn't need the the overly negative analysis of the situation. The boy mums and the jealous mother-in-laws have corrupted my brain. All right, next.
Yeah, don't remind me of the boy mom. Oh god, do I remember this one? Do I remember this one?
Stop. I think I've said in a previous video that I wanted to react to this in a video. I've seen clips of this and I've been like, I need to save this for a video if this is what I think it is. That's actually so sad though, because he only talked about her physical, not that he loved her, not anything like that.
Since the day we started talking, after falling through my bedroom window, within minutes I could tell you were the one for me. Then as time went on and I was falling deeper in love with you, I was and always will be one of the easiest people to please. Only 2 things are required to keep me happy: keep my belly full and my balls empty. Though you're amazing
not at the wedding, bro. Oh, again, the mix of like, okay, she kind of finds it.
I guess she kind of... I feel like she kind of expected this, to be fair, though. I feel like she kind of expected this, to be fair, so... it's still diabolical, but crazy that... now I remember this.
Funny. Maybe she's freaked out enough to be like, oh, this is hilarious, this is our humor. If you are her family, you do not want to be hearing that. And if you're his family, you also don't want to be hearing that. Don't be hearing about your empty balls at your wedding. Oh.
Though you're amazing at half of it, we really need to get you some cooking lessons.
Using your vows to be like, all you're good at is draining my balls. Oh.
Yeah, you're good at sex, but everything else, you're a complete failure. You can't cook, you can't clean, you can only drain me. That's diabolical. Bro, first you mentioned how good she is, and then you mentioned how bad she's at cooking. So, like, we got a compliment and then just immediately firing at her.
Oh my god!
Even when my belly isn't full, there is no one I could ever love more in this lifetime, unless I actually get a chance to meet Margot Robbie.
Divorce. Now.
Since the beginning, I always told you I was going to make you the happiest woman in the world and give you everything I could possibly give. Well, today I'm taking a step further and giving you my last name, the last name of champions.
Fucking hell. And now brought up a celebrity crush, someone he'd rather be there instead of her. A joke, fine. Doesn't make it okay in my opinion. It's like the Chief Keef.
First we got the cuck, and now we have the cuck queen. Isn't it? It's so great here.
Lady. And then talking about how amazing his last name. He has not said one actual nice thing about her yet.
No one deserves it more. With you and the girls by my side, I feel like I can conquer anything. Y'all make life worth living, giving every breath of every day a purpose. Life gets even better when the kids fall asleep and you tell me to come to the bedroom. Nothing's better than the sound of gagging and headboard slamming.
Michael. Oh my god, yeah, even the efficient being...
Now that's diabolical. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, you know how to spell it now. Now you know it's a real term. Before you didn't. That is crazy. I'm gonna put this in my wedding vows. Wait, I can't. I'm waiting. I am waiting. We cannot do this. All this many things about his divorce.
Like, come on, mate. This is what the fuck are you doing? Gagging and headboard slamming. And he's talking about the girls. Have they got daughters together? And are they there?
Everyone keeps telling me that marriage is going to ruin a lot of things, but I feel that's only if you let it. Even if we fight, argue, or don't see eye to eye on something, it'll never affect the way I love you. Marriage is something I take seriously and I only want to do once. After almost 10 years, I still stand by the fact that you're my soulmate and it'll never change. After today, the only thing changing is me having to deal with the ring on my finger. You will forever have my heart, and that's a promise till death do we part. P.S. Since you're so good at making decisions like marrying me, you can choose whether tonight's going to end with being a toaster strudel or a Twinkie.
That is crazy. That is crazy. It's like so weird. Okay. So this thing is written in a way where like it's sweet, then it's diabolical, then it's sweet again, then it goes diabolical again, and it ends sweet, and then it's sweet, and then it ends diabolical again. Yeah, I feel like the entire neighborhood is gonna hear them tonight. If this were happening tonight, the entire neighborhood is hearing them. It's just the truth.
Oh, why end on that? He sprinkled in some nice things. And towards the end, the sexual stuff had gone, and it was like, okay, we can just pretend like that didn't happen to finish on it. Oh, even the wording's not right. That's what he wants. Oh, I actually can't believe it. I cannot imagine the level of freaked out degeneracy you need for it to be the only thing occupying your porn brain when reading vows to your wife to be in front of your friends and family. What's a toaster strudel again? Oh.
Oh! Oh! Yeah. Well, he's very focused on the breeding part, it appears. Now, I don't know if he's into breeding with consequences.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Cream on top or cream filling. I get it.
Alrighty. I'm speechless.
You're so
Being that I am his mom, I will deal with him later. He is grounded. By all means.
It's his mom. He was saying, oh, that's so much worse. Oh, it's not just a random efficient. Okay. Oh, that's actually diabolical. Mentioning Margot Robbie in your wedding vows is crazy. And she still married him. Wonder how he'd feel hearing a man read vows like that to one of his daughters. So deadpan too, no emotion. You make life worth living and bring me true happiness. He doesn't even look up at her. It's his turn to... At least he's getting ripped to shreds in the comments. I'd rather die than get these vows. They waited 10 years and this is what he said. This is a humiliation ritual. I've got...
It kinda is, yeah. I mean, they waited 10 years, right? They waited 10 years to get married, which is already, like, I feel like 10 years is crazy. But, like, even then, right? That's what he wrote. It's like, it's just crazy.
Got to just hope in my head that hers were equally bad and that they brought each other to the same level, because otherwise that makes me just, I mean, it makes me want to die inside either way. That, I actually don't think I can handle anymore. If this is a you cringe, you lose video, that's it. I've officially lost. That was just so much worse than I actually thought the whole thing was going to be. But for some sick reason, I thoroughly enjoyed this video. And if you guys did too, please do feel free to subscribe down below. Like I said, it's free. It only takes a second.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. So, this is like, the videos are like 60% horrible and like 40% good, right? She deserves better 10 years for that. That's crazy. That's crazy. But see, the thing is, she might know, like, she might have expected that already, honestly. I feel like she might have expected that, honestly, because, like, if you're 10 years with somebody, right? If you're, like, spent 10 years with somebody, you kind of know what's going on. And at least they did say sweet things. It was just combined with diabolical things, but he did say sweet things. But yeah, I need to step. If this is the competition, then I might actually not have a problem. I might actually not be cooked. Interesting. Yeah, write better wedding vows. That is my recommendation for the homies and the boys, and maybe the girls too, because there's some diabolical wedding vows from the ladies too. Anyways, kiddos.
And the next time I do some...
Stop. Anyways, kiddos. Let me see how many videos I actually have, right? Let me check something, right? Let me check something. How much I actually have. Let me check, because I've already been editing quite some stuff. Okay, the edited stuff is already almost done with Thursday. Damn, boy, I'm completely done. I have enough videos to fill up till Tuesday. Damn, bro. Yeah, we have been overdoing this a little bit. Maybe. Maybe a little bit. I need to chill out a little bit. Otherwise, I have so much backlog if I continue. I need to get some stuff down, because that's a lot. Right? I have everything filled up till... all upload spots filled up till Tuesday. That's crazy. That's a lot. Tuesday, not next week, but like the week after that. That's crazy. Yeah, we did a lot. Where's that, Samags? We can talk. Fine. Like, I have enough I have way too many videos. I would just create a huge backlog of videos. Backlog it for what? Just like a huge backlog for videos. And then I'd add even more, and I'd add even more, and I'd add even more. It's just a little too much otherwise. Right? I want the videos to be current and not like to the original video, because otherwise it would suck view-wise. It would suck view-wise if I upload them way too separate from the original video that was uploaded. That would be a bit annoying. That's the problem. That is the problem. That is the issue, Sumex. Also, I think I want to use next week to get a lot of videos up. Because the week after that, I'm going back to college again, and I feel like I need to create a good amount of like videos up so I have some chill and I'm not too stressed. Me thinks. So yeah, I'm ending here, kiddo. Fair enough. Yeah, I just don't want to overdo it. That's like problem here, right? And we do have a lot of videos. I still haven't edited the menstruation video, so that's gonna be pretty fun. Oh god. Anyways, I will be ending here. So yeah, have a good day or night. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yep. Have a good day or night. I will see you tomorrow. I think I'm gonna get everything edited done until tomorrow, so I can upload everything, and then I can create a lot of stuff on the second channel. I'll upload a few videos on the other one. I maybe need to good evening and night, Poke. Take care, Cricket. So I can like have a steady amount of videos ready, so I don't just get overwhelmed. Because I do want to keep up the content while still not getting obliterated by college. So yeah. Take care, guys, and bye-bye!